That's right, it's time. Time for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night streams. Hope everybody's had a great week. It is 18th February 2026. I am getting everything set up for tonight for your listening and watching pleasure. We'll start out with Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Later on, we'll take over to Jack Carey and his Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. And to finish out for the night, Nancy Planetta's Legion of Chaos, VIXEN'S Vault. You won't want to miss any one or part of this. It's going to be really good tonight. So sit back, relax, get that favorite beverage and popcorn or other food that you like and go ahead and consume. Or if it's too early in the morning or too late at night, watch your stomach. Do what's right. Your body knows what needs. And so do we. Coffee's on. I am ready to go. Wired. All right, let's see what we got here. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Let's take a look, see what we got for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show crew. And what's happening tonight, folks. I'll give them a call here in just a minute. Still working on the ins and outs, the plugs, the switches. Let's see here. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Talking on the microphone. Hope everybody's enjoyed on the platforms that's tuned in right now. The ones that do catch the radio broadcast. I mean, not the radio, but my music broadcast. The all 100% AI generated music, either from me and my friends, to the AI art that I've done. So I hope everybody really likes that and enjoys that. There's more of that to come. I update it as often as I can. Let me go over here and get the folks in here.
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
Hey,
how you doing?
You the man with the plan. That's what's going on.
Uh-huh. That's right.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Sure thing. There we go. So, how's your day been?
Yeah. Uneventful, which is always good.
Yeah, uneventful's usually a good thing. Yeah, usually a good
9 times
thing.
out of 10 it is.
I'm not big on that eventful thing unless it's specific events that, I'm really looking forward to. But man, oh man, hey.
Yeah, just a lot of drama.
Yeah.
What's up, Barry?
Hey, man, I'm just trying to get set up here. I'm having a couple problems. I'll be with you in a minute.
You sound good.
Okay.
Fine on my end.
I know, but it's your voice is coming through my laptop speaker, and that'll bleed over.
Yeah, we all know that that's garbage.
I don't know what's going on. It's always switching it up on me.
Well, that happens when you do updates, Barry. Every time Microsoft does an update, it does that.
Yeah, and it just did one, so you're probably right, dude.
Mm-hmm. So you should be good till next week when you have to do it again.
I try to turn it off,
What, the notification?
It'll let you do it temporarily, but it won't let you do it permanently.
Yeah.
It'll automatically kick back on. I mean, we're basically slaves, man. I mean,
just turn off automatic updates.
Well, it kicks back on eventually. I've done that.
Yeah, you can go a year at a time though without doing updates.
I tried, man. I don't know. I just kind of gave up. Oh, man. Goodness gracious.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I had my last computer going a dangerous amount of time without updates, quite frankly. Because, it just screws everything up,
Oh, Wobbly says tech support is available. And Roger goes, I hate Microsoft.
Yeah, you could always move to Linux, too. That's unless you game. If you're gaming a lot, that can be tricky. At least it used to be. I don't know if Linux is still... I don't know if it's compatible with Steam totally now. Well, Steam it would be, but... if all games support Linux. Oh, man, do we have all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Just keeps coming.
Yeah, sure does.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm going from Washington State wants to ban all fishing and hunting. Any harm to animals. So, wouldn't even be able to slaughter a cow there.
Well, that's different, right? Or would it be?
And then the next article is about how Colorado's about to legalize prostitution completely.
Hey, my buddy Jeff Barbary is in the Facebook chat today. Jeff and I are both Air Force veterans. Yeah, and we spent time together in misery. Went to a lot of punk shows with Jeff.
In Missouri, does that mean you served on the Missouri?
No. Missouri. Where the roads are with the alphabet, A, A, B, B, C, C, D, D, for their, their rural roads. Yeah.
In Missouri.
In Missouri. State. Yeah, Missouri.
Okay, the state.
The state.
Not the battleship, the state.
No.
The actual
state.
The state. Okay.
No, yeah. not the state of. The state.
I don't know how the roads are named out there, but that's interesting if they are. That's good to know.
What's that?
Sounds helpful, handy. That they're labeled like a BBB, DDD, whatever.
Yeah, it's how they teach their kids the alphabet when they're little. They take them for a drive. You didn't know that?
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's true. As far as I can tell, Right, Jeff? Yeah.
All right, I figured out the problem, and it is fixed. It was the USB cable was faulty.
Oh, come on, Wobbly. I'm being nice.
I used the wrong one, or it may not be faulty. It just may not work with this particular interface system that I have, so I switched it out.
Well, there you go. Good to have you, man. It's good to have you here.
Yeah, man. I'm glad to be here, dude.
Yeah.
As always. I got the clip ready if we want to play it. It's 40 seconds long of us saying that another drop was coming. So I got that.
Okay, yeah.
Because we did predict it last week.
If you got a clip coming up, that's... If you prepare a clip for the show, we're playing it, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and there's more coming, man. Whatever it is they released, second drop, that's not everything, man. I guarantee that. Because we're talking, they've admitted to at least 6 million pages. A lot of estimates in the alternative media says it's more like 10 million pages. I mean, if you look at all the stuff that they confiscated, if you were to scan it and put it out in a document form, with pictures and videos, it'd be like 10 million pages. So we're looking at...
I heard that there was so much information, Barry,
Bundy not
that if it was all stored in one place, that the Starship Enterprise computer would crash.
I think it's 14 terabytes. It's a lot, though.
Didn't Pam Bundy just come out this week and say that was it? They've released everything?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It can't be. It can't be. They did release more, and there was all kinds of misinformation circulating around, man. I had to kind of dig to find out what's really happening because they said, there were only 300 names or 30 names or 200 names. I think 200 names that were listed. No, there were, anywhere between 100,000 to 500,000 more pages that were released. That's what I got out of ChatGPT, but nowhere near. See, we're basically now between 3.5 and 4 million pages have been released, but we're really looking at least 2 more million pages and potentially maybe 6 more million pages. It all depends. You know what I mean? But but our own government, our own official numbers are around 6 million pages, and we're only at 4. So there's another 2 million. Who knows what's on that stuff? I think it's a strategy that I think a lot of this is acting. I don't think it's real at this point. Because how come it just keeps all panning out exactly like we want it to? And it's like they drip it so that it gets into the psyche and it gets everybody fired up. It gets them talking about it. It gets the Democrats wanting it. I mean, this is like the ultimate mind game on everybody. And nobody everybody thinks, that's too conspiratorial. That's Trump 4D chess nonsense. No, he's just doing things correctly. Now maybe it is something different. Maybe it is Pam Bondi sucks. Maybe Kash Patel sucks. I don't know, but it does seem to keep working out.
It was crazy watching the left go nuts over the fact that it was taking so long, and then when it finally came out, they're like, look at the shoddy work they did redacting this stuff. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And they're like, it's like, which way do you want it? Do you want them to take their time and redact everything right, or do you want it out now and then know that, it's all going to be rushed? It's 6 pages. So you can't just look at that stuff in a day. You got to have a million, lawyers looking at it for 1 day each, right? They can each do 6 pages.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you cover it all. It's just so much information. I guess you kind of look for stuff. You can maybe. I think there's some people that have put together pages where you can just do a search. Like if you want to search for beef jerky, you can do that, and it'll pop up.
Yeah, I got to give you credit on the beef jerky.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's only so many explanations for that one. And the fact that the guy that's showing people how to make it works at a restaurant called Cannibal and Cooks. I mean, it's... And apparently grape soda is adrenochrome.
What?
Soda.
Well, it makes sense. And think about this, man. I mean, I always see the religious aspect and the satanic aspect in all of this. I mean, in Christianity, blood is just like everything. And the blood of Christ is, is how we have the remission of our sins. Jesus said, if you don't drink my blood and eat my flesh, you have no part of me. I mean, it's very central to Christianity. And then in Satanism, it's all about the blood. They're, sacrificing chickens, sacrificing children, sacrificing their friends, sacrificing. And so there's this clear dichotomy happening, where good and evil is definitely battling it out. And you can tell the difference between the two pretty easily these days.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the Eucharist always freaked me out about Christianity. That's one thing I can never get on board with.
Well, it's not that Jesus was being morbid. It was that he was saying that, you have to partake of me, be a part of me, because there's a oneness that is involved. In fact, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
When he said that, the majority of the people that were following him abandoned him, it says in the Bible. They said, this is a heavy statement. We can't deal with this. But he wasn't being morbid about it. It was about intimacy with God. And that's what, the flesh and the blood is all about. And the Bible also says that the life force is in the blood. So there's all this symbology. It's not meant to be morbid like the Satanists make it. We're not literally going to drink somebody's blood. Let's just put it that way. In fact, the Bible speaks against drinking of blood in the Old Testament. I think more than once, a few times. Apparently, that was the thing.
The Eucharist is the actual transformation of wine into blood.
No, the other way around.
The parishioners then go
Well,
to drink.
you're talking about Catholicism, and Catholicism has a little bit different viewpoint on communion than Protestants and Orthodox Christians.
Mm-hmm.
They believe it's the literal blood of Christ and the literal body of Christ. It's symbolic of that. Just like Jesus, when he said, you have to drink my blood and eat my flesh, he was certainly not promoting cannibalism. These are symbols.
Well, it's more vampirism, really, or zombieism.
Oh, dude. It's funny you said that. I saw this new Lady Gaga video where she had the Nosferatu hands, and I just got pissed off. I was like, I am so sick of this Nosferatu nonsense, symbolism everywhere. It's everywhere. These ghouly-looking things with the long... And I thought, there's something to this. So I did research. I spent like an hour and a half researching Nosferatu. And the original Nosferatu is not really a vampire in the traditional sense. He's a demon. He was summoned and created by demons, like you see in, I forget the keys to Solomon, where he conjured demons and controlled demons. So Nosferatu is actually an unclean spirit, according to Romanian folklore. It's really deep and heavy, man. Like, the reason they're doing it is because it's satanic. It's not like a modern day vampire is just just a blood-drinking undead. This thing was created. Nosferatu was created through a pact with the devil, a very high-ranking demon. And the guy that did the movie was deep into Aleister Crowley and into the occult. I mean, this is all documented. I double-checked all the facts with Grok and with ChatGPT. I couldn't even believe it. But I was just so pissed. I was like, I'm tired of seeing Nosferatu everywhere. There's something to it. And then in 2025, there's a new movie that came out. A new Nosferatu came out. So they're pushing it even in the mainstream as far as blockbuster films. There's a new film that came out December of 2025 based on the 1922 Nosferatu. I haven't seen it. I'm kind of see it now, but which is really weird, because if you consider Nosferatu to be an unclean spirit, this is what Jesus cast out of people when he was on earth. They were literally called unclean spirits. And Bible scholars believe the unclean spirits to be either one of two things: either one, fallen angels, which is what most people would call demons, or the spirits of the Nephilim. Those were the spirits of the giants that were born through, I don't know if you know the story of the Nephilim, but they were born through fallen angels basically coming into the daughters of men and creating half-breeds. And that's what made the giants in the Old Testament, like Goliath and, all these powerful men of renown, the Bible calls them. They were basically ruling and bringing chaos on the earth. And some biblical scholars, probably a lot, actually believe that was part of the reason behind God destroying the earth, was because the earth had become so violent. But it was also probably partially because, if not a lot, because of these Nephilim that were on the earth at the time.
Hey, CS, Barry's pretty fired up tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't give him leeway, like 3 seconds before we go to break.
I'm going to lead right in with the Nephilim here, I think.
Oh, okay.
Just hand him the ball and be like, go get him. Go get him.
It's definitely a popular topic.
Good boy, Ubu. Good boy.
I would imagine a lot of people that are listening are like, wow, because, and probably a lot of people already know stuff that I've already said. I mean, this really isn't anything new. Most people have gone down the rabbit hole and they've looked at all the different angles of different things. And there's the sort of the secular standpoint too, which just basically flips the story from fallen angels to aliens, which is the whole New Age thing, and the whole, I don't know, the scientists even today are saying, well, did aliens seed the planet? That's the whole point behind the film Prometheus. Ridley Scott admits it in a behind the scenes. He says, we're talking about how did the world come into play? And in the whole storyline, within that storyline is did aliens create all of us, like through some sort of seed type deal? Or is Christ real? Because the girl that was the main character, she wore her cross the whole time, and then the alien at the end says, "Now that you know that aliens actually created you and seeded the planet, are you still going to wear your cross?" And she looked at him and she said, "Well, who created the aliens?" So that whole theme is throughout. Like, all the people need to understand, they are giving esoteric stuff in every single movie. And at least in the case of Ridley Scott, he was courteous enough to consider the Christian perspective, which I think, of course, is the most logical. But I'm a little biased, of course, but it also makes the most sense to me.
I'm going to just sound check really quick here. Okay, I'm glad I did that. Because this is turned off.
On. Bluetooth connected.
Oh, Bluetooth is successfully connected.
And the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always like claiming to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right? I will pull you a plethora of examples.
That's such a great. It's such a great line right there. You're kidding? Like, really? You're kidding, right? Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that audio was working. I'm glad I did, because it wasn't set up right.
I think you were just trying to cover up because you were listening to Bad Bunny before the show. I know you're a Bad Bunny fan. Don't even try to pretend.
Yeah, Bad Bunny. You got me.
You really like it when he's wearing his dress. You think that's really cool.
Yeah, you got me. There you go. Damn.
Yeah. You were dancing the whole time. You didn't watch the Turning Point show, dude. You were totally tuned into Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because he's so talented.
Oh, boy.
Man, sure. I think that's like the big rub in our face. I mean, besides all the other stuff, he sucks, dude. He's talentless. He has zero talent.
Yeah.
And this is who they put out as your entertainment. We're going to give you some entertainment. They might as. I said it before, and I'll say it again. They should have brought out Corey Feldman, if that's the case, because I think Corey Feldman is a little bit better than Bad Bunny. Not much, but a little bit. Have you heard Corey Feldman?
Vanilla Ice, man. Bring back Vanilla Ice. That guy can still rock it.
Well, he's kind of more hardcore now, though, so he's more legit. He's not really doing Ice Ice Baby anymore. But I would rather
He would, though, dude. Are you kidding me? Do it in a heartbeat for the right money.
I mean, wouldn't you rather hear Ice Ice Baby, though, than whatever it was
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
he sang in Spanish? I mean,
Exactly.
I'd even like welcome his 80s, clothing apparel in the performance. I'd say, bring it all, man.
Yeah. And then have Minute Wordplay right after him, and we're all happy.
Yeah.
Do 80s night.
Then Take On Me by Aha.
Oh.
And it was Super Bowl 60. They could have done a tribute to the 60s, That would have been interesting.
Yeah, lately I've been going back listening to all the oldies because the music today really does suck, man. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah. Okay, Grandpa.
That's what it feels like, I feel like I'm the music in our day, we could actually understand the lyrics. That's what they always told us. And now I'm saying, well, at least we can understand the lyrics because they speak in English. Oh, man.
South Park did a great episode of that where everything's just shit. Everything, you just Stan all of a sudden wakes up one day and everything sounds like shit. Like literal shit.
I believe it, man. I think if they farted in a microphone and they pushed it, people would buy it.
Yeah.
Sure, dude, 100%.
And
if Cardi B went out there, started farting, and the crowd would go nuts, man. They really would. They would somehow say it was art.
Yeah. She'll light one on fire every now and then. The pyrotechnics. That'd probably blow the whole room up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hey! What are you doing? That is not for dogs. Garbage. Eat garbage food. That's not for dogs. Don't act like you're hungry. Jesus.
Don't act like you're hungry.
Well, she's got food in her food bowl. She doesn't have to eat a napkin I used to blow my nose with an hour ago.
I actually considered this morning, I said to myself, I think I'm done making posts on social media. I mean, writing posts. Maybe I'll do other creative stuff like videos or something or podcasts, but I think I'm done. And I just really felt like I think maybe I've said everything I want to say on paper, and then all of a sudden everything started coming to me, and it always happens that way. I think I go, oh, I'm done, and believe me, when I'm done, I won't make another post, man. Or if I ever feel my time is done, I will just literally disappear. Your
foot videos are really the bread and butter of your channel,
The what?
The foot videos. If you just stick to those, that's really 80% of your viewership. You know what I mean?
What's a foot video?
Where you take expired pork and beans, put them in a bowl, and stand in it.
Standing in a bowl of grapes, making wine.
Yeah, sure.
I see him do that. I just hope their feet are clean, man. Or that there's some kind of sterilization process after the fact, after they've put their dirty feet all over the grapes.
I just hope they did that like 100 years ago and they just don't do it anymore. That's like, I'd enjoy wine. I don't want to think about that, if they're actually stopping them like that. That seems really antiquated.
Yeah, at least wear something on your feet when you do it, right? Special like
mitts,
grape squishing shoes.
Foot mitts.
Yeah.
Foot
Crocs.
mittens.
You got to be Crocs or something like that,
Yeah. Well.
At least that's how I hear they do it at Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz. That's still open?
That's what Willie said.
Are they using? Or what happened to that? Did it flood? What happened?
I don't know.
I know it made the Democrats awful upset. They were very upset about Alligator Alcatraz. It was some sort of torture chamber as far as they were concerned. On the brink of stuff happening. I mean, already a lot of people that are on the Epstein files, they're being investigated now. What's that guy's name? He's under investigation now here in the United States. Westerman, is that his name? Westerman?
Oh, there's a bunch of them, man. They're falling like flies, it seems.
I mean, if Trump was against this stuff coming out and the DOJ was against this stuff coming out, then why are they investigating this guy? You know, I think the whole thing is a ploy.
All right, guys.
I mean,
guys.
there's been all kinds of illegal
You know
stuff.
what time it is?
Where are the arrests?
It's time to
Are we
reset.
switching rooms?
It's time to reset the chat room here, and then I'll get you guys back up, and we'll get you rolling on the radio side.
In 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Bye. All right. That was the pre-show for Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we got more to come, of course, because it is John and the crew of Barry. Now let's see if I can get them back in. There you go. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here, man. How you doing?
Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy, ho. Howdy, ho.
Yeah, that was an old Blood, Sweat, and Tears song.
Yeah.
Okay, Casey.
That's the way.
Rupert Lowe.
I like it.
But you picked up a little bit of an echo in the last 4 seconds.
I hear cars going by. Is that you or me?
No, that's
Oh,
me.
me.
That's me trying to use a lighter that doesn't
sounds
work
like-
very well.
Sounds like you're trying to light up over there.
You know, I've got a lighter that's in the end of its life, too, and I did the same thing like 2 minutes ago. I had to flick it like 5 times, and I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, you can only refill them so many times, and then when they do go out, you still have a full container, but the damn thing don't work anymore.
Yeah, I just go get like a 10-pack of Bix at Walmart, and that lasts me like a year.
I have a good son. He's always looking out for me. So what he does is he gets those, those real long extended ones sometimes. Like the kind to light your grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't want me to get to burn my fingers, I guess.
Are you there?
Okay, 30 seconds.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead,
Here we go.
You can throw those out on the air, too, now and then. I mean, don't be shy.
Yeah.
Now and then.
Within reason.
Yes, right. I got you, man.
Yeah, I mean, we're not AM radio, but hey. I mean, morning radio.
Yeah, we are in some places. And here's your
I
countdown.
meant to say morning radio. We're not morning.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for February 18th, 2026. And with me tonight, of course, I've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's going on, Barry?
Hey, what's going on with you, man? How's the wife, the family, the kids, the dog, all that stuff?
Well, the dog's good.
Everything else?
Yeah, everything else will have to... We only have 2 hours, man. We only have 2 hours, so let's dive right into it. I don't know. I guess I'll start off with this one just because it'll be quick. But a big tragedy occurred in Lake Tahoe. 8 backcountry skiers are now confirmed dead in the deadliest U.S. avalanche in the last 45 years, which is pretty wild. And I mean, it sounds like they were coming off the mountain. They were in some sort of like a canyon like probably just a dirt road in the summer, and they were skinning their way out, and this thing went off way above them and just, buried a bunch of them. I was wondering how that could have happened. When you have that large of a group, I think they had 4 guides with them. Typically, your guides are never going to put everybody in the same spot where they're at risk of dying at any one time. You know what I mean? If there's a dangerous zone, you go through it one at a time. That way, if anything happens, you got 11 people that are fine and 1 person that's screwed that we have to go rescue. You don't put all 10 of them across the same slide zone at the same time. So it's interesting. I'd like to learn more about this, but worst tragedy in backcountry skiing in the last 45 years, avalanche, death of 8 people. I think there were a total of about 12 or so involved in total. And they were just wrapping up a 3-day trip. So I don't know, get that one out of the way. Always a tragedy. Hate to brush over it, but I do want to cover it, at least briefly, so we're all aware of that. I don't know, Barry, anything to add to that?
Nature can be brutal sometimes.
Yeah. And it's been snowing a lot in Lake Tahoe this year. Apparently, a lot of Colorado hasn't had a whole lot of snow. I think they just opened the back bowls at Vail like a week ago, which is pretty late, to wait until February to open the back bowls. That's, there should be, people want to go there for Christmas, right? Mm-hmm. So it's been getting dumped on in Lake Tahoe, and that's just part of the beast there, man. That mountain, it's a wetter, heavier snow. And so when it slides, it's much more deadly than the very, very light powdery stuff, which is also dangerous. But, there's a difference to it. You see an avalanche in that kind of snow, and it's more about this stuff rocketing down the mountain, whereas in Utah or Colorado, it's more of a billowy, you don't see the avalanche. You just see all this snow floating up off the mountain for some strange reason, and you realize, oh, that's an avalanche. I don't know. It is what it is. Tragedy, but there we go. Our due respects to them. I've spent a lot of time in the backcountry of Lake Tahoe, so I know it well. And it's always, horrible tragedy to hear something like this happen. I've been in some pretty gnarly places myself, and I've, always look back thankfully that I survived all that, because it could have gone wrong a million different ways in a million different places.
And we still see a lot of people dying at a very young age due to cancer. A lot of people in the entertainment industry. James DeBurke, or whatever his name was, lost a battle with cancer. A lot of people that maybe you haven't heard of, directors, producers, dying in their 30s, 40s, 50s from cancer, heart attacks, and strokes. And it just makes you wonder if there's some kind of connection to that COVID death jab, as I like to call it.
Yeah, in Hollywood, it's got a lot of notoriety for drugs and whatnot, but it also has, it's California culture, a lot of notoriety for eating healthy, working out, keeping your body healthy, peak physical condition so you can be in the movie if you're ever called to be in the movie. So, it's sad to see that type of thing, happen. And do we just go right to, were they all overdosing or something? Or, do they actually live healthy lives and they just got caught up in something else? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right?
Sure.
That poke shall not be named.
Yeah, it's just tragic. There's just a lot of that. Mm-hmm. Still a lot of just death that we didn't see before, and how people want to understand that, or the framework they want to put that in. I mean, that's up to everybody, however they want to do that. Personally, I'm not framing it as the death jab. I'm just saying it's potentially the death jab. That's my opinion. I'm just throwing it out there.
Potentially, yep. The poke that shall not be named. But it's a tragedy to see one way or the other. I mean, it really is. And I don't know. I hope they just keep their promises, as we covered in, sometime in the last week. I remember there was a story out about how, they come out and they said, look, we're no longer doing any of these gain of function research, period. It's all getting rooted from any federal funding. All of it gone. Nothing even tangentially related to gain of function will be, have the government funding anymore whatsoever. All the dog stuff, the beagles and the sandflies and all that stuff gone. Thank God. It's about time. But anyway, we had another tragedy, and then I'll move on to some comedy. Jesse Jackson passed away the other day, 84 years old, civil rights activist his whole life, was friends and friendly with Donald Trump for most of Donald's non-political life. He's, I'm sure, donated quite a lot of money to Rainbow Coalition and Jesse Jackson's other movements. They even received the Ellis Island Freedom Award together with Rosa Parks. So Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Donald Trump all received the same award from the Ellis Island Freedom, Award from Ellis Island. At the same time, photos of it out there everywhere, folks, right? Out there everywhere. They say Donald Trump is the biggest racist the world's ever known. Well, I can go 40 years back in his timeline and find him winning awards next to Rosa Parks and Jesse Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas you dig that far back into Joe Biden and you're going to find a lot of N-words and sketchy, comments about, other people.
And you'll never see Donald Trump wearing a blackface because it never happened.
Yeah, if he did, it would be everywhere, folks. We'd all know about it, I mean,
and many on the left have worn the blackface, right? From Howard Stern to so many others.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe Saturday Night Live in his peak, they could have convinced him to do something with Eddie Murphy, that's about as close as you're going to get, though, which is, Sarah Silverman. How many comedians have done that in the past? Anyway, that's the tragedy. Here's the comedy part. They had a press briefing today, and Donald Trump put out a statement. Then part of the statement said that, people have accused me falsely of being a racist. I'm not sure there's many people in this room. No, that's not. I'm sorry, that's someone else's. He came out and basically said, I've been falsely accused of being a racist, many, many, many times by lots and lots of people. And so someone came out and said, what's he talking about here? Let's listen to Carolyn Levitt. Courtesy of the White House.
Statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
No.
I will pull you plethora of examples. I'm going to get my team in that room to start going through the internet of radical Democrats throughout the years, Ed, who have accused this president falsely of being a racist. And I'm sure there's many people in this room and on network television across the country who have accused him of the same. In fact, I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the president very much looks forward to having a event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month and to talk about how his policies are advancing opportunity and prosperity.
Yeah. The room just erupted in laughter there, right?
Right.
I love it.
And anytime you call the president Nazi, well, they can't deny that. I mean, that's saying he's a racist. Every Nazi is a racist. That's part of being a Nazi. So when you call Donald Trump a Nazi, you are equivocally saying he is a racist too. So don't even start.
Oh, yeah. The fascist, all that stuff. It all falls into it. Any name they call him, it all boils back to racism, to racism. Here's Don Lemon for you. Just if you guys just want a couple examples of people calling Trump racist.
This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon. The president of the United States is racist. All of us already knew that.
Okay. I mean, that's how he opens his show on CNN.
Oh, yeah.
During the debate against Joe Biden, he said Donald Trump is the most racist president in modern history. I could go on. We know Donald Trump is a racist, but we don't get a badge of courage for calling him that. We need to focus on ending the systemic ways racism infects our society and laws every day. That's Joe Biden. The AOC, she's on the stage lately. Let's hear what she had to say.
Donald Trump is also very old and a racist and a neo-Nazi.
Racist and a neo-Nazi.
Let's not forget white supremacists. So when you say all of MAGA are white supremacists, that means you're a racist too. So this is like their major talking point, and it's all they have because they can't talk about what they actually stand for because everything they stand for is awful. It's all about taking away from you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we got this voter ID, the SAVE Act. Passed the House, now it's in the Senate, and they're screaming bloody murder. It's the most racist thing in the world. Yet it's got 85% support in the country. 85% support, 77% from the left.
Yep.
And that's racism to them. Chuck Schumer's screaming bloody murder about it.
So 77% of their base is racist then.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say that the left is racist, all I have to do is refer, well, that's what Chucky Schumer said. He said 77% are racist.
Well, that's the poll. Just point to that poll, you know.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's an 80-20 issue that, once again, the left finds themselves on the wrong side of. And it's their running theme for the last few years to just pick up the opposite side of every 80-20 issue and scream racism into the bloody wind for as long, as loud as they can until they lose and cave, and then they move on to the next 80-20 issue that nobody wants and scream and, you know, pound sand for that. It's ridiculous. When are they going to wake up?
Never. Thankfully, I mean, it works in our favor. The more crazy they are, the better. I mean, if they were smart, they would at least pose to be sort of moderate, a little bit more moderate, you know, and sensible on issues and things. That at least, you know, try and fool your base, try to fool the people so that maybe you can get some votes. But no, they just come straight out with their satanic agenda and say, hey, this is who we are, a bunch of lawless, crazy people.
Uh-huh. And keep in mind, we're going to have a State of the Union next week. If I'm not mistaken, it'll be Thursday night next week. And obviously, must-watch television. 5 years ago, he had on Rush Limbaugh, and it's now the 5th anniversary of Rush's passing was today. And so, you know, obviously, hats off to Rush Limbaugh. What a legend. But that was the night that Nancy Pelosi ripped up his address. You know? One of the officials came over, handed her here's official copy of the State of the Union. You're the Speaker of the House, or you're the Majority Leader. You take this. And she just tore it in half right there on the stage.
Yeah.
Disgusting display.
Well, that's how they react when they're losing.
So keep an eye out, folks. Keep an eye out for next Thursday night. It should be very interesting to see what goes down, what kind of, you know, shenanigans they're going to be up to. Will he bring out some 6-year-old cancer survivor and they boo the little kid?
Probably.
You know?
It doesn't matter what it is.
Well,
They
right
can't
there,
celebrate it. If it's even remotely connected to Trump, they can't celebrate it. It doesn't matter how good it is, how bad it is, or how middle of the road it is. If it's Trump, we cannot celebrate it, which just shows you how ludicrous they are.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, the minute he's out of office and they take power back, they'll undo everything. They'll open the border right back up. They'll like everything.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
It'll be worse than under Biden for sure. Because they learned the lesson that, you know, we didn't go far enough under Biden. And that's why we lost.
Yeah.
If we went far enough, we could have been more authoritarian. We could have stolen the election and not allowed Trump to be president. So, yeah, the next time they get the chance, they're going to be, I would say, infinitely more authoritarian this time around.
Well, they have to. I mean, the border, man, they've just got to go take like container ships down to Africa and just fill them up with people. Bring them like in mass. Bring them up as hardcore as you can. You know what I mean? No more imports of any material goods. It's all people.
And then censorship will just be like full blown. They'll have the whole Ministry of Truth out, and anybody that's, you know, conservative or Republican or Christian, all those views will just have to be basically censored, and those people will have to be canceled and destroyed. I mean, that they'll go all the way in, and they went pretty far under Biden, but they know they made the mistake by not going far enough. And the globalists know they didn't go far enough, right? Because they should have kept us in lockdown forever like they wanted to, but they didn't. But that was because we pushed back. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God for pushing back, man. It's I was thinking back while you were talking there, and like images jumped into my head about these like caravans that were going through Europe and going through Central America, just 100-mile long caravans of people, and they're just trampling everything. They're just going. It's just a mass of people that never seem to end, you know. Well, on any given day, you could go out there and see a 5-mile long string of people moving, you know, their way further and further and further into wherever, you know, be it America or into Western Europe. You know, these caravans were mostly in Eastern Europe trying to get to, you know, France, England, Germany, places that can give them money.
Mhm.
You know, you're not going to drop down in Romania and be like, all right, pay me, you know, put me in a 4-star hotel. They'll laugh at you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's one of those things that Trump said, you know, it's an invasion. And then the left, you know, like people like Jon Stewart and every politician, they were all like mocking it, saying, Trump says it's an invasion. Well, yeah, because he had the foresight to see what was coming, because he looked at what was going on in Europe and elsewhere. And they were just starting to flood into our nation as well, unchecked, unfettered, in a lawless fashion. So again, you know, Trump was right again, kind of like Alex Jones was right again.
Yep. Yep, put another nickel in the jar. We're moving to Hawaii.
I'm ready for it, man. Or maybe Iceland. Just somewhere.
Yeah, or Iceland.
Or maybe Canada when they become part of the United States.
Oh, I think there's yeah, there's parts of Canada that would be happy to, but like Quebec would never, ever in a million years. You know, they would insist on being their own country.
Yeah, I'm just being facetious, man. I'm just being facetious. Yeah.
Quebec would have a hard time if Canada fell apart. Quebec would be in big trouble.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a shame. They've got a lot of well, Montreal's a beautiful city. I've never been to Quebec City, but I hear it's even more enchanting. And I would love, you know, wintertime, I'd love to go up there and take a vacation up in that area, the French-speaking part of Canada. There's some really cool little ski resorts and stuff up there that are, you know, linked far enough apart that they make for a really good sort of consecutive, like day by day trips you can take through there that sound incredible, you know. But that's a story for another day, I guess. While we're talking about Canada, there was just a 16-year-old kid who was going through seasonal depression. And I'm sorry, I said 16, 26-year-old. Okay. He was in an accident a while back. He was partially blind. And he went through seasonal, in the wintertime, depressions. And he went behind his family's back, went to a doctor. The doctor said, yeah, let's go. After 6 other doctors said, no, you probably shouldn't do this. And he got that good old assistance in death, the medical assistance in death made. He got made up there in Canada. Tragic story. His family's furious.
Dehumanization, man. And to call it anything less is dehumanizing even more. This is all part of the globalist dehumanization agenda, you know, disconnecting us from each other, disconnecting our humanity, disconnecting the idea that we were created in God's likeness and we have worth and value and that we're supposed to take care of each other. We're supposed to help out the weak and vulnerable, not just kill them and send them off into the oblivion. That is not how humanity works.
It sure isn't. But, you know, there's people out there in this new world order that want it to work that way, that want it to be more controlled. More, hey, you're not benefiting society. Are you sure you really want to be here? You're really young and, gosh, you're probably just going to cost the economy money through your whole life. Is that what you want for society?
It's a death cult, man. I think they're fascinated with death, you know? I really think the people that are pushing this, the ones that are pushing it, you know, in situations that it should never be pushed. I would argue it shouldn't be pushed at all. But I do understand there's a debate for people that are suffering immeasurably and they're on death's door and they're going to die in a matter of a few days anyway. I understand that. I still don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Get that debate. I understand that debate. But there's no debate killing some healthy 26-year-old because he has a little bit of depression. That's insane, man. That is evil. And I've told people over and over again who, you know, they claim to be libertarians. They go, well, free will, free choice. And I'm like, you don't understand, man. This has nothing to do with helping people go out on their own terms when they're dying. This is going to be used against everybody because it's part of the grander dehumanization agenda and the depopulation agenda that all the globalists talk about because there's just too many of us. So whatever it takes to get the highway less, they're all for it.
And I'll tell you, it's a great way to clean up the homeless problem. You know, hey, they're all crazy. They're all depressed. They're all, you know, you go in because you stubbed your toe. You're living on the street, you broke your toe or something. You go in, hey, can I, you know, get some painkillers, maybe get this looked at? And poof, you know, you're dead. Someone comes and asks about you. If someone comes and asks about you and they say, yeah, you know, he was depressed. He had a talk with the doctor and You know, it's a way to make people go away, is what I'm getting at. And there's also a bit of a power trip if you're a little bit of a psychotic, that you can legally help someone die. You can point them towards death and then give them the medication and make it happen and actually legally kill somebody.
Yeah.
There's also that sick aspect to it that I don't put past some of these people.
Yeah. And Nick Shirley, he's, gone to all these places where, the drug addicts are just, down entire streets, and the government and the local authorities in these leftist hellscapes don't care about those people at all. That's why they actually don't do anything to help them. They just, in many cases, they supply them with the crack pipes like they did in New York City. Remember, they had vending machines to get your free crack pipe. I mean, these people are insane. They're literally helping them to kill themselves, because the kind of drugs that they're doing are not the kind of drugs that you can just do and be okay. They take your life in a year or two at most.
Yeah. And Nick Shirley just put out a video today about San Francisco, and he's talking to people there, and they're like, yeah, they give you the needles, they give you all this stuff, but they never, ever have any way of even offering you any help to get off the drugs, And he's like, that's how they keep making money year after year. If they healed these people, they wouldn't need to give out these needles. And I guarantee the markup on those little needles is massive, right? They're charging the NGOs and everything back, I don't know, $10 a needle. They cost a nickel, something along those kind of profit margin lines. So
it's infuriating.
Yeah, it's an epidemic. Absolutely. And, everyone's just riding the system to make money off it instead of actually trying to fix it.
The video that I saw, maybe the same thing. He was with another guy who's kind of an expert that goes out there to actually help them, because the government won't do anything to help them. And he's like, yeah, you can tell if they're dead or if they're just passed out. And here's what I do. And if they're just passed out, I give them this, and this will get them awake again. And is that the same video that you saw?
No, this is one he just put out today.
Oh, okay. Well, they have, a drug.
Well, I did see that one, though.
If you're passed out.
I do know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, they can give you this, I forget what it is, some kind of a shot or something to sniff or something to take. I don't know. But essentially, it breaks them out of their, sleep. So because you could die in your sleep as well. So the only people helping the homeless people in these leftist hellscapes are just concerned conservatives most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Presser led all those massive, cleanup crews through all the different Democratic cities, right? And then he went out and signed up everyone to vote. And people credit him for flipping Pennsylvania. And I don't doubt it. He's doing work all over the country and registering more people than anyone else out there. I hope the Republican Party is paying that guy through the nose, because the Democrats are paying a lot of money to canvass and go out and have all these groups go out and do this stuff. Yeah. And he just seems to be getting like a thankless job. He goes out and does it, and everyone says, wow, you're great and everything. But are they really taking care of the man? Because he deserves it. So on that note, though, folks, we got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on a radio break.
Good deal.
All right.
Yeah. Great Conspiracy and Roger are restreaming too. Thanks, guys.
It has been windy out here the last few days.
Yeah?
Yeah, like 40, 45 mile an hour sustained, like windy.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of breezy.
Actually kicking up dust storms. It kicked up some pretty good dust storms, which I'd never really seen before. That was kind of interesting. Because this area is not as prone to them as some other ones are. So, I mean, I could see like 50 yards, but that's it,
It's that bad with dust? Wow.
Yeah, the other day.
I bet people were having a lot of problems with allergies then, too.
Yeah, probably.
dust and pollen and all that other good stuff that was kicked up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Oops.
Oh, boy.
It's awful quiet in here, man. Awful
Yeah, it's
quiet.
pretty quiet now. I mean, you were all like really fired up pre-show.
I'm subduing it, you know, not letting it own me.
Okay, you know.
It's always there. It's always down deep, man, and it's in all of us. We just got to put it out. That passion, man. It's all about the passion at the end of the day. You either got it or you don't.
I love it, man. Bring it anytime you can. Just, be aware of the clock a little. That's all. Don't wait.
Don't do it. Don't do it right before the break. Right?
What did we have? I had somebody do something on Sunday night that just brought up like this huge bombshell with like 10 seconds to go. Oh no, that was you last week with the
beef jerky.
The beef jerky.
Yeah, oh yeah, beef jerky. Mm-hmm. Delicious beef jerky.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say. I'll tell you what. Oh man. Yeah, it's not going away now. It doesn't matter what. Even if Trump and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all these people, they were like, we're not going to allow this all to come out because it could bring down the whole system. They can't stop it. They can't stop it. It's too big. It's bigger than they are, man. And no one's going to be satisfied until we get it all released. It's that simple. The pressure is on. Let's just put it that way.
Uh-huh.
And again, I said it was coming. I didn't know it was going to come that soon. I didn't know the second drop would be the next week. But, it's clear that there's a lot of posing going on with the Trump administration. And I'm not
30
saying
seconds, fellas.
I trust Pam Bondi or Kash Patel. But let's wait to see what happens before we give our full judgment on them.
Do you want to talk about that on air? Because I don't think I have any Epstein articles. But if you want to bring...
yeah, I can bring and play that clip that we predicted that another drop.
Okay, here you go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, February 18th, 2026. Welcome to the future, folks. I've got with me Bullhorn Barry, and we were talking during the break about the Epstein files.
In our direction. I mean, Trump's the one that released the Epstein.
Yeah, always a hot topic. Barry, take it. You had some things you wanted to say, so I'll give you the mic. Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead and introduce what you were saying. That was purely accidental. I apologize for that, man.
You just couldn't help it. You had to jump in there.
I wanted to make sure the Bluetooth is connected. That's all.
Okay. Your Bluetooth is successfully connected.
Yes.
So, I will just say that we were talking about it during the break, and you were getting that passion in your voice, and we always love it when you get passionate. So I just thought I'd throw you the mic. I think you have a clip you want to play from last week.
Yeah, I mean, last week we talked about the Epstein stuff, and there's a lot of doubt on the side of the right, that it was ever going to be delivered, man. That Trump wasn't going to deliver, and he's covering up and all that kind of stuff. And of course, he did release it, and he did sign off on it. And then I said, that's not the end of it. There's another drop coming. Mark my words. And here's that clip from last week where we talked about another drop was coming, and indeed, it already has. headed in our direction. I mean, Trump's the one that released the Epstein files. Say whatever you want, that he was the one holding it back and blah, blah, blah. He's the one that signed off on it. And I said from day one, it's coming out. The stuff has not disappeared. It's coming out. Just wait and see. And it wasn't but a couple of months after I said that on the radio that it did come out. By the way, mark my words now, this is the first drop. There's another drop coming. There's over, I don't know how many million more pages that have yet to be dropped. They dropped the lighter version first to get everybody shocked and appalled, and then the last one will take everybody over the edge. Because look, the Epstein drop has changed the paradigm as far as, how they approach their worldview now. It's totally different now. People are fed up. The gloves are off, politically speaking now. There's turning points that happen in this pivot towards our victory. Looks like things are. There you go.
Mm-hmm. You're right on it, man. You're right on it. That's a perfect YouTube short, and it seems like Bill Clinton is at the receiving end of a lot of the bad stuff here. And there's a few other billionaires. There's that guy that just he's the cousin to the governor of Illinois. Pritzker is his last name, and one of the big studios he just retired from because of the Epstein stuff. And then I just was reading about some billionaire that also was targeted in this thing, and egg on his face. I mean, he's a billionaire, so how bad can it be for him, right? It's not, it doesn't have to lose his job or anything. He's a billionaire. That's his job. But and repercussions in the UK are huge. So yeah, this is coming down. And I want to see Pam Bondi now be like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we redacted, but guess what? It's not redacted when you're the prosecutor's office. We know all the secrets. We know who's who, and we're going after them. I want to see that happen sooner than later.
And wasn't it, I think it's Casey Westerman. I don't know. Isn't he under investigation by the DOJ because of the drops? I mean, let's put it this way. I know for a fact that in other countries, there are people that are being punished for having been found in the Epstein files, and there's some investigations ongoing, even in the United States as well, because of it. So for all these black-pilled, right-wing, anti-Trumpers, give it some time. Just because we haven't got all the arrests that you think we should have by now, this is going to be a process, and you have to understand that Trump is trying to win the public opinion, the court of public opinion, right? So he's not just going to just drastically come in and start doing stuff and shock everybody. He's got to kind of lay things out, let people digest the information, and let it become kind of, a part of everybody's psyche, so that when he does take action, it's understandable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I hope it's getting there. I understand it. I know what's going on. We can explain it on the show. There's a million other conservatives out there that do what we do and explain these things. So yeah, move ahead with prosecutions. I can't wait to see it. And there's some big names that could go drop fast and all this stuff. And I'd like to see it. I really would. But
did you know on X today what was trending? One of the number one trend at this morning was hashtag Trump Epstein files. And it was all Democrats saying that Trump's a pedophile. And yet there's nothing in the drops that suggest anything even remotely close to that. And yet it is a lot of people on the left that have done some questionable things, and need some investigating, like Bill Clinton. Okay. He definitely went on that Lolita Express. And it does appear like he probably was at the island. There's some sketchy photos with him and some girls in a pool. I mean, he's the one that should be being looked at. There's absolutely nothing on Trump whatsoever. He's been exonerated, as he said, Epstein drops.
Well, it also came out this week that he was in contact with the prosecutor earlier on saying, you're going after these people, right? Like, you're looking into this. If you need my help in any way, let me know. And they, had a note that he was extremely cooperative in the whole process. So whatever he knew, he was turning, state's evidence against Epstein to get him busted. He didn't like seeing it. He didn't want anything to do with it in his club, or his guests, members. They pay a lot of money to have a nice, safe place to be in. He doesn't want pedophiles rolling around in there, harassing his guests, kids, So, yeah, it's funny. I watched a bit of a debate, a part of it. I mean, some of these things are so damn long. But the question was, it was a liberal saying Trump is in the Epstein files. He's guilty. And he's like, all right, which one? Which file? What are we looking for exactly? Can you quote the exact place that says Trump did this? And they just turned to mush. You know, it's like, well, I don't have all the Epstein files with me right now, but my television told me. I watched The View, and they said he was guilty.
That's exactly right. I mean, I do it all the time on X, all these memes about, in a real world, we would never allow a pedophile to be the president. I'm like, well, first of all, that's a lie. There's no evidence of that. And it's just who the left is, man. But here's the thing. All the stuff that's coming out in these Epstein drops are mostly Democrats, but there are probably some rhinos in there as well. But what's going to happen when the hardcore stuff gets released? Mark my words again. I'm saying this for the record. You're going to have people on the left that are going to stop ignorantly attacking us as if we're the enemy and join us in bringing down the sick satanic pedophiles. That day is coming, because once the true hardcore reveals come out and the details are released, there's no way you can defend that, no matter who you are. Now, you can be silent about it, but you can't defend it because it's so offensive. It's so evil. You just can't. You just can't defend it. But the left has successfully defended a lot of things in the past, killing babies after they're born and cutting off children's genitalia and all that kind of stuff. But this is something too far. And the left will join us, some on the left. And I'm looking forward to that moment, because I don't hate the Democrats. I just want them to be grounded in reality and come to their senses and realize that we're not the enemy, that the enemy is the very people that is controlling the Democrat Party, the globalists. I've made this clear 1,000 times.
Yeah, exactly. And we have, and it's true. And, it's right there for everyone to see. They're not hiding it. We say a million times how they're not hiding it, folks. But anyway, let's move over to Keir Starmer's England. Keir Starmer! Where everything is breaking down over there. Sir Keir Starmer. Oh, you freak, you freakazoid. You worthless. Okay, so this, I guess we should start at the beginning. Rupert Lowe put out that amazing speech the other day, that 20-minute, or there was a 7-minute long video. I played it on the show Sunday night, where he introduces the world to Restore Britain. Restore Britain, a brand new party that's going to be filled with non-politicians that all want what's right for England, to stop the importation, to begin the deportations, the mass deportations, and to, kick 5 million people out of the country, basically. It is powerful what they're looking to do. It will change England. It will save England. It'll make England England again. England is, as of right now, a lost country. It's there's no going back. It will lose its culture within the next 20 some years. It'll be majority Muslim, and the day it votes 51% Muslim is the day England is no longer going to be England. It will change very quickly thereafter. And good luck to the king. Hey, you are literally presiding over the end of a 1,000-year, monarchy. Congratulations. That's not easy. It's not easy.
Yeah.
But you can't tell me it's not managed and out there happening. So anyway, Nigel Farage came out and said, we're going to hold elections right away now. He was going to postpone them through the rest of the year. He came out and said, nope, we're going to have these right away now. And Nigel Farage is coming out and taking credit for it. He's doing the peacock strut out there.
Right.
Right. Which is funny, because Farage is the one who stands to lose the most here, because everyone's saying, hey, man, if we got a choice, Farage is great. He's the only choice we had. But if we got a better choice than that, we're going to leave Reform right now and go to Restore. Because that's what they really want. So go ahead, man. I've been rambling.
No, I think you covered that well, man. I haven't been keeping up too much lately with the UK. I mean, it's so depressing. I don't really want to. We got so many problems here in the United States. And I know it sucks over there. I know it sucks pretty much everywhere in the European Union, with the exception of a few places. It's definitely more authoritarian. And Mark Rubio talked about that at one of these global.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about, hey, we need to be united with the European nations. It's part of our history. But a lot of that depends on you guys. You guys are following a path that is contrary to American values. So we want to be connected with you. We want to be a part of the European Union. I don't mean a part like like part of the European Union, but where we're working together on issues and things and trade and commerce and ideas and everything else. But that's going to be on them, man, because a lot of the people in Europe, they do not value what America values. They don't value free speech like we do. They don't value freedom. They don't value prosperity. They don't value all the innovation that actually frees humanity. Instead, they want to shut all that down and basically create a world where, everything that the people do has to get approval from these elitist scumbags. And in the UK, they're pushing that whole digital ID thing, which is pretty much the end once that happens, because then it's just a downward spiral from there, man. Because once they got you all digitized, it's just a matter of time before they use the AI and the AI algorithms to control every aspect of your life, man. I mean, the digital ID, digitizing humanity, that's one of the key goals of the globalists and the radical left. And once that happens, I don't think they're coming back from that. None.
Yeah, exactly. John Cleese made a interesting, John Cleese from Monty Python, one of my personal heroes, retweeted a post from the gov.uk, and it talks about terrorist ideologies, and it says, quote, cultural nationalism. Western culture is under threat from mass migration and lack of integration by certain ethnic and cultural groups. So basically, they're defining extreme right-wing terrorism as being concerned about Western culture and it being under threat from mass migration. And so he retweeted that and said, as I am Islamo-skeptic, I'm now worried that the Labour government may categorize me as a terrorist to think I once supported them. He goes on, I'll say it again. Criticism, Islam is not racist. It's culturalist. For example, disapproving of female genital mutilation is not racist. Criticism of Islam is Islamo-skeptic. There is no phobia involved in criticizing a religion that's for spiders. So, you got to love his wit and humor.
Taking away criticism is how you control entire populations, right? If you can't, and it's the perfect way to enable a elite structure to be able to do whatever they want, because there's no accountability once you can't criticize. And it goes beyond Islam. I mean, in a lot of these nations, it's now like, I think in Germany and different places like that, or even probably Australia, if you criticize the government, that's bad. And that's a hate crime, or hate speech or something like that. So they take these liberties that are just like, unbelievable. And next thing you know, your whole nation's enslaved.
Yeah, it's wild. And I can move over to, there's a big uproar going on because in Mamdani's New York, Mad Manny, I got to come up with a voice for him. Mad Manny! He is, there's a push to ban dogs. Okay, because dogs are haram. They're forbidden in Islam. To touch them, to go near them, to, let them sniff your head, nothing. No community, you can't like dogs at all in Islam. It's just part of the deal. It's part of the religion. And one congressman, I forget his name off the top of my head, said basically, fine, if you don't like dogs, leave. We don't need you. And there's a big uproar. Everyone's pissed off about it. But there's also now a massive increase in New York City of mosques that are blasting the call to prayer 5 times a day. And the first one starts at 5 in the morning, 5 a.m., folks. You live a block away from a mosque. You've got this thing going off, blasting as loud as possible at 5 a.m., guaranteed to wake you up every single day. And then again, 5 times throughout the day. So you're sitting there working on something, and then bam, it scares the crap out of you, because you weren't expecting that. And what does that call to prayer say? Our God is greater.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all about how their God is the right God, every other God is fake. And it's if you actually had the words sung in English, it would be insanely offensive to everyone.
Mm-hmm. And those same Democrats that are pushing for that to be, a thing and allowing it to happen, right, are the same people that will make sure that a church bell doesn't ring, which is, by the way, not real loud, doesn't travel very far, and pretty much peaceful sounding.
Yeah. Well, who cares, man? Let's make them big and loud, Who cares? We're founded in Christian and Catholic, traditions. So it's
a bell. It's a bell. The bell itself isn't resonating. I'm a Christian bell. I'm representing Christians. It's just a bell ringing. I mean, it's not like with what you're saying, they're doing these prayers and shouting and chanting, but there's actually words behind it, but not with a bell. There's nothing behind a bell but a sound. It's an instrument.
But it's like, okay, some comedian put out a skit the other day about how a bunch of Brits go to England and they're like, "Oi, mate, there's a lot of noodles here, don't you think? I don't really eat noodles." About some, bangers and mash up in here. Right? Like, you don't go to other countries and say, "Hey, change for us. We're here now. You need to change everything for us."
Oh, it's outrageous. It's outrageous.
Yeah, if I move to a Muslim majority country, I'm going to expect those bells. And, I'm going to expect it to hear that call to prayer. Right? And I wouldn't say a thing about it because I moved there.
Yeah, and they're banning pork in certain places and areas. Forget about that. Forget that. That ain't going to happen. Eat your pork and eat till your heart is content. This is America, land of the home and land of the free, baby. And if you don't like it, get out. Get out! If you don't like it, get out! That's what I got to say, man.
Yeah.
And I say that totally fully in control. Not outrage, just pure passion.
Get out. You don't like it? Get out.
Sorry about that. If that blew your speakers and you're driving down the road, I apologize, man. But I'm not going to pay to replace your speaker, okay?
Exactly. I love dogs personally, though. I mean, dogs are what make the world so fantastic.
I mean, the sheer audacity. I mean, can we even stress this enough, man? I mean, I think you're going too light, CS. You're being way too kind. We're talking dogs, man. People in America love dogs more than they do other people. Do you understand?
Oh, I understand completely. I'm exactly the same way. I mean, I go to the dog park and I know every dog by name, everything about them. They know me and their owners. I'm like, "Hey, yeah, what's up, buddy?" I don't know their names. I know their dogs' names.
Yeah. Well, how much longer before people, get fed up? Because, the left is always fed up. The left is mobilized. The left has always been organized. And the right is getting better at it. But when are we going to say enough is enough, man? We're fed up with this nonsense. We're going to go to these city meetings. We're going to stand up against these bullies on the left. And we're going to tell them like it is, man. And we're going to take our country back.
Yeah, it's happened a few times, but never really at the level it needed to. I mean, I could look at some of the school board meetings that during COVID, especially when the parents were at home listening over the kids' ear to what the teachers were saying, and they're like, "Well, what's going on here?" So they started showing up at the school board meetings and expressing their opinions of, "Hey, this is messed up. What's going on here? Like, I see what you're teaching my kid, and it's insane." And they were branded as terrorists.
That's true. That's how authoritarian the Biden regime was. Hey, did you see that lady that was at the airport and then she was ranting? This was right after the Epstein drops came out. I think it was the first drop that came out. And she was ranting, telling everybody, "Wake up. They're eating babies. They're killing and torturing and child sex trafficking." And people were just looking at her dumbfounded, man. And she was just off and saying, "What is it going to take to wake you people up?" And she would not relent. And I think that's what it's going to take. Now, I don't know if I'd go that far about eating babies or anything, but stick to the facts. I mean, maybe they are eating babies. I don't know. Maybe that's what the beef jerky is. I'm sure we're going to find out. But stick to the facts, and the facts alone are enough to pretty much make everybody pissed off. Because if you're not pissed off at what's coming out, there's something wrong with you, man. You got no feelings. You're no longer a human being.
Yeah, and I got to give you credit for the beef jerky stuff last week. You started, I think you mentioned that right with like 30 seconds before break, and I'm like, whoa, time out. We got to come back from break and get into this. And then you broke it all down. And the next morning I wake up, and it's like the lead article in a couple different news sites. And I was really impressed. I'm like, wow, Barry, you brought this up before it even like got anywhere near my radar, but it absolutely would have been on my radar the next morning. So good on you. You want to even bring that up a little bit?
I mean, I'll just bring up the one point where there was that email between Epstein and someone else, and they were talking about how, there's going to be this chef who's going to tell us how to make this beef jerky, and it's going to be at a restaurant that's called Cannibal and Cooks. And then he says, jerky and steak, as if you would eat jerky with steak, like you were talking about, right? No one sits down at a table with a steak and a potato and a salad and has a solid beef jerky. The beef jerky is something else. Okay, folks, wake up. And I'm sorry if that offends you, if that makes you think, oh my God, if these people are really that sick, we've got a problem. Well, yeah, we'll snap out of it because it's a possibility, and we are going to find out what all these code words mean, because clearly it's code. Clearly it's code. You don't walk beef jerky anywhere, right? Beef jerky doesn't have legs. There's a whole bunch of things in these descriptions about beef jerky that does not fit beef jerky. And we know that a lot of the other code words that they've used before in the past, according to the FBI, are things like, pizza means one thing, hot dogs means another thing. And a lot of it's related to pedophilia and boy love and all that kind of stuff that the left says is okay. It's just sexual preference. No, it's sick.
Yeah, and I don't like covering this stuff, man. I know you don't either. This is the last thing we want to be talking about. If we sound like conspiracy theorists, trust me, we'd rather not be having this conversation. It's just, we kind of have to bring it up when it comes up, because this stuff tends very often to be true and scary and yikes. And if we don't address it, who will? We just let it disappear into the ethos forever and no one ever covers it, because the mainstream media sure won't. No way they're going to touch this. I mean, I think it was like Molly Hemingway that was one of the people who put out a pretty fiery, spicy thread on that. But other than that, nobody. You're not going to go to CNN and type in beef jerky and see this big article about Epstein Island and, them bringing in private chefs. It just doesn't exist. So, yeah, I hate covering it. I'm sure you do too, Barry.
Yeah, I just wrote a whole post about it, about how, if I'm being completely honest, I was saying something to the extent of, I really don't want to have to think about these things or cover these things because honestly, it's kind of demoralizing to you, to think that there's that kind of evil that's running somewhat, systemically and rampantly on the world today is not a pleasant thought. But I end with saying, I would rather know the truth then, suffering a little temporal pain and agony from all of this information is worth it if we can get truth and justice. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. Because if these people are as bad as many people believe they are, they need to be held accountable. Because if they're capable of these kinds of things, these are dangerous people, and they're powerful, dangerous people. That makes it even worse. It's not like it's some random guy like a Jeffrey Dahmer or a Son of Sam or Charles Manson among the citizens. These are powerful people that control policies. We know now that Epstein was behind a lot of policies around the world. He was essentially, a lot of people are saying...
On that note... I hear your voice going higher and higher, but we're out of time, buddy. On that note, we're going to take a break. Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show will be right back after this.
I did it again, man.
You did. You did it again.
The sentence out, but then you blew into the next sentence with even more like of a lungful of. I was like, oh god.
You scare me, Barry, when you do this reciprocal breathing thing. All right, but it's all right.
What's
we'll
reciprocal?
Yeah, what is that?
Reciprocal breathing is when you can keep talking without taking a full breath because you're breathing and talking at the same time.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
That's how a lot of brass instrument players can hit those long notes for so long because they're doing this thing called reciprocal breathing.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the Steve Bannon stuff in the Epstein files, we can talk about that too, because there are a couple of things that are concerning. Before I told you I hadn't seen anything concrete about Bannon that was bad, but now that I've done some deeper research, there are a couple of things that he said in those files, man, that are kind of concerning about Steve Bannon. Now, I don't know if he was playing Jeffrey Epstein and then Jeffrey Epstein was playing him as well, or if he was just somewhat delusional for making some sort of he was working with Jeffrey Epstein at some level beyond the documentary that he was making with him. He was working with him politically on a global scale. Steve Bannon was, according to these texts. I mean, we can cover that.
We got about a minute left before we lose this room. So if we do, I'll just bring us back up. Same place, same.
Okay.
But I like Steve Bannon, man. You know, I hope that there's a not logical explanation behind it all.
I got mixed feelings about Steve Bannon.
Yeah, me too.
Well, now I do for certain.
Let's see.
Yeah. There's
Wobbly says he's bringing the beef.
Oh, no. Just as long as it's not the globalist beef jerky, we're good.
Lose the room, he says. Lose the room. We're going to lose it any second now. I'll catch you over on the other one. I'm just going to end it right here and bring you back in on the next one. All right. That was hour one of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Hour 2 coming up next. Same stream? That's right. What will Barry say this time? Will he go on and find some other code word? Find out more as I bring them back. Veterans Radio in the Kick Chat. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
You know, it's interesting, though, when you look at this whole thing, because we've talked about this, you and I have, John, about how some of the people that we thought were with us may not be with us, and that some that we thought were against us may actually either be with us or eventually come to our side. And that's the thing about this is, you know, everybody is pretty much picking sides. And I think if you try to ride the fence and play both sides, that's like the most dangerous place to be. It's better for you to pick the right side or even the wrong side than to try to be in the middle.
It's better to pick a side, one of those kind of sides, than to pick your nose or your rear end. Okay? That's what needs to be said. All right? Just keep it to that. All right?
You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. It's just not right.
Well, you can pick your friends.
Yeah, but you can't pick their nose.
No, I better not. I better not hear you doing that.
Unless you're really
That's nasty stuff.
Yeah.
Is that before or after the dumpster at Audi's?
I don't know.
You know. Oh well.
My mind's running. It's racing wild. You started my mind. I'm not even.
We feel it, don't we, John?
Yeah, that's racing.
It's racing.
Man.
Wobbly says better to not pick at all.
What, somebody's nose or a side?
Yeah. You get into chat and you talk to Wobbly about that. I mean, that's...
Well, speaking of picking, orifices, there was this transgender wrestler who was wrestling some woman, and she didn't know that the woman or the person she was wrestling was a man. She thought she was wrestling another woman. He literally stuck his finger in her, and like sexually assaulted her during the wrestling match. Which is another reason why men should not be in women's wrestling. It's just not appropriate at any level. Did you see that article by any chance? It was. I think it was.
Yeah, I did. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't like, you know, of course, in wrestling, your hands go everywhere, you know, under the person's crotch. This was like deliberate kind of thing. And she was so shocked. I think she stopped right there. You know, she let him pin him because she you know, I mean, she was violated, you know, I mean, it's just nuts, man. I'm just so tired of the insanity and all the evil. It really does weigh you down after a while when you see it happening, and then nobody does anything about it, and they just keep saying it's okay, it's okay, it's okay when it's not. It just drives me batty, man. It's all good. We'll get through it, man. We're gonna get through this. I'm giving myself therapy. We're gonna make it. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this.
You're gonna get through this, Barry.
Yeah.
You're gonna get through it. Yeah. Which brings up today's sponsor, Better Health.
I've noticed that is a big sponsor on like every TikTok and YouTube influencer out there. Mental health.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they actually have AI therapists now that will help you.
Well, I'm waiting for you to come out with a Brain Force supplement. All right.
That's Alex Jones.
I will take it if it comes from you, not Alex. Yeah, I just don't need that loudness. All right, but I could use your pep. Okay, I could use that extra step in my walk.
Take some Brain Force and some methylene blue SP, some creatine.
Creatine and.
I don't know. It's a crazy world. Gotta love it though, man. It's like Sick of the Lies keeps every time I post something. He goes, and again, I've said it myself before, but he's like, it's an amazing time to live in. I'm like, yeah, it really is if you think about it.
Everybody needs some Tang, but I prefer the orange flavor.
Me too.
Okay,
Well, I thought that was
I guess that one. That was a wet one. All right. Anyways, okay, I'm stopping for the night on that note. Too much coffee for me.
Yeah.
I need one of those little sound makers for when we hit our time.
Yeah, right when I'm like ranting, you're like, Barry, stop.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to tell me something?
Do you hear that? I guess you guys don't hear that. It'll come through.
No.
Okay, it will come through on the replay though, because I'm not sharing sound. Ugh. Oh well.
All right. I feel like there's another natural big story we need to get into next. Oops.
What
Like 30 seconds.
Oh, well, we have the Rubio speech.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any clips from that, though.
I'd like to hear it again because I was trying to recall it when I was talking about it. I don't know if I got it exactly like he said, but he does want us to partner with Europe, you know?
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. That's right, Wednesday night edition for February 18th, 2026. And boy, we have a show for you tonight, folks. All kinds of stuff going on in the world. I guess we should start with the security conference that just went down in Munich over the last few days. And Marco Rubio really stole the show. He got a standing ovation, which is, not very common. And just talked about how Europe, America, we're one people, we're one union. They're like our big brother, or our parents almost, and that so many of our founders, so many of our original inhabitants came over from Europe, colonized and developed the United States and turned it into what it is today. It borrowed from all of the best parts of European laws and philosophies, concepts, the Magna Carta, I could go on and on. And we've always been there for each other. We've always been great allies, trading partners, we vacation in each other's countries. We like each other. And how important it is to keep that going through time. And how they're losing a grip on it. We had J.D. Vance a year ago at the same conference in Munich telling them that they are wandering away from their founding, from their freedom of speech. Granted, none of them have it in their constitutions. None of them have made the freedom of speech law like America has. But they've always sort of, felt like they could let their people say what they wanted, and they weren't afraid of what they were going to say because, debate is good. You want debate. Now, it's very, very different. They're trying to, drop a $125 million fine on Twitter for allowing people to speak. They're trying to ban anyone under 16 from using the platforms, and that's going to happen very soon. Australia's already done it. And so Marco Rubio went over there and said what everyone was thinking, and it was a wonderful speech, but, he gets all this heat. Everyone hates it. Kevin O'Leary was on, was it CNBC? We went on Fox Business Network the other day. Sorry about that. And said basically this all started a few weeks ago at Davos. It was a famous speech Carney gave, the Prime Minister of Canada, the world's New World Order, that did not go well. And Trump administration, as you remember. He called Canada's deal with China part of the New World Order.
Yep.
And it hurt relations, he says. Sorry, I thought I had a video in here. It actually hurt relations with Canada at this point, which hasn't really started on the tariff front. The point is, though, we are getting to a place now where there's only one adversary, and that's time to just call it out what it is. It's China, and that's it. And he goes on to say, and so you either are with us, so to speak, against China, or you are not, because China's getting ready for world dominance. I call it what it is. Economically, military, AI power, you name it. Those guys are not fooling around. And if we don't wake up and get together on this, they will be a superpower. If you're okay with that, if you want to live in that kind of a world, well, I don't. So I'd like to see this thing worked out pretty damn fast, he says. And so that's kind of the meat and potatoes, at least from, his perspective of what he was calling for over there and why the left is freaking out about it. Because they don't see it that way. They just see whatever these guys want, we want the opposite. And so that's what we're going to scream bloody murder for, is the opposite of whatever Trump wants. And it just shoots them in the foot every time. It's an 80-20 thing. No one wants to live under China. But I don't know. What do you say, Barry?
Well, what Rubio's speech did was it basically put all of the pressure on them by showing that it's not us that's abandoning them. It's them abandoning us and common sense values and morals and ethics and ideas and being pro-humanity and being pro-self-empowerment. So I think that one of the other keys that he said was, I think it was near the end of the speech, where he talked about how, hey, we want to act with you guys. We want reciprocity. Thank you. I got it out finally. But he said we are prepared to act alone, but unity is our preference. So it's on them. You hear it all the time from the left, all these little tweets on X from a bunch of people that don't even know what they're talking about. Look, Trump has turned his back on all these people. No, all of those people, those authoritarians on the left and in the European Union, have turned their back on the United States and everything that makes the United States great. They wanted to mold us into their image. And instead, we're saying, hey, if you can be, reasonable, and we can agree on some certain basic fundamental truths like freedom and free speech and, valuing human life. Because, look, in Canada, this is the number 3 killer, euthanasia. That's not valuing human life, man. So their ideals, man, they've crossed the Rubicon. They're not even aligned with us anymore. They turned their back on us. They abandoned us. We didn't abandon them. And that's the key to that speech. And that's the most important part, I think, of the whole speech. I think they're going to, I don't think they're going to work with us, to be quite frank. I think we're going to be doing this thing alone for a while.
Yeah, so they need us, which won't be very long.
Yeah, they're not going to do it out of goodwill. They're going to do it because they need our money or they need our military or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, they're a failing country. They don't pay for their own defense. They've got bloated social budgets, and they're in big trouble over there. And I mean, the euro I thought was a horrible idea, but let's see let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. When the proverbial stuff hits the fan, let's see how the euro holds up and how many people run out of that thing to try to create their own currencies again. Because, it's if you don't control your currency, you're not really a country. But I digress. Look at England. They are very happy to have their own currency now. I guarantee it. And, European trips are pretty cheap for them at this point. I mean, yeah, they got to go through passport control while no one else does to go into England. But, it is what it is. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. I think at some point sooner than later, they're going to say, wow, we're in big trouble. We need help. And it's going to look ugly. I mean, what's going to go down in Europe is just going to be ugly. It's Rupert Lowe said it well. This is going to be very painful, what's about to happen. But if they can do it in England, then they can start doing it in other countries that need to do it. Some countries don't need to do it. Poland's just fine, thank you very much. Hungary didn't miss a beat. But other places are going to have, Spain is going to be really, 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 really tough.
It's going to be bad for the people, but for the people of the European Union. But the elite is going to be their dream world, man. They're going to be gathering up more power. They're going to be gathering up more monopolies. They're going to be gathering up more land, more property. I mean, I don't even think people are going to be able to own a home at the rate they're going in the European Union. I mean, they're basically frowning on the idea of owning a home because it's just not sustainable in their viewpoint, because of the green scam.
Yeah, the green scam. They bit into it way too hard. And California has too. Okay, I'm going to transition a little bit here, but not too far. California gas prices have run up 40 cents in the last couple weeks. Okay? Right. They're $1.66 over the national average at $4.58. So what are you paying, Barry, in Oklahoma?
I'm around $2.
Around $2. So $4.58 is what you're paying in California.
Right.
And that's before you start getting into like rural California, and you're suddenly out in the middle of the desert and you need gas, and then it's like $6.50 a gallon.
Yeah.
But nationally, they've been going up a little bit. The national average right now is $2.92, and 40 cents in the last week or 2 weeks. That's a big thing. There's a refinery that is just in the process of closing down, and another one closed down like last year, and they're not coming back. They're not replacing it with anything. They're just trying to get those electric cars in there to run everything on electric. And so they're not worried about it. They want $4.50. They want $5 gas.
Yeah.
Because then it forces everyone into electric, which is better, for them in the long run. Because they own stocks and whatnot, How do you think Nancy Pelosi got so rich? The Green New Deal. This is a moneymaker for them, folks. When you're paying $5 a gallon for gas, somebody's getting rich. They're actually having to ship gasoline in from the Bahamas to keep California going. From the Bahamas.
Oh, yeah. Well, you think California would be sustainable, as rich as they are in resources, as rich as they are in manpower. And I mean, why are they always having to look elsewhere? I mean, they can't even supply their own water, which that should not be a problem, by the way.
Yeah. You just got to be smart about it, because it comes out there in, it comes down in buckets and then doesn't rain for a long time, but then it comes down in buckets again. So you have to control that. When it rains, you got to capture it and store it.
Well, these are just that don't even want you collecting your own rainwater. They say you can't own it, that the government owns the rainwater, even if it falls down on your land, on your own land. Like you couldn't put a barrel in your backyard and collect the rainwater and use it for yourself. I mean, these are people that are power-hungry control freaks that want to take every single thing away from you, basically take away all of your agency, completely take away your free will, monitor, track, trace, and surveil everything you do. And this is a Democrat thing. The globalists are all, at least the powerful ones, are the ones that are making all the policy worldwide. They're all liberal, every single one of them. There isn't a conservative in that bunch. Now, they may claim to be a conservative, but all their policies are liberal.
Yep. And it's backfiring so huge on California. It really is. There's so many people leaving that state. And honestly, it's the most beautiful state you're ever going to find, folks. I mean, Utah might actually be prettier when you get into the nitty gritty of it all. Just like the Moab Arches, is Zion, even the little bit of it that touches the Colorado River. Actually, none of it does touch the Grand Canyon now that I think about it, but it's pretty close, just a couple miles down the road. And it's just gorgeous. But yeah, no, California's got everything. It's got the mountains, it's got the beaches, it's got beautiful women, it's got great food, tons and tons of land, diversity in where you want to live. You want to be in the forest, you want to be in the desert, you want to be wherever you want to be. I mean, that's why they film so many movies out there, because they could drive 2 hours in any direction and be either in the Midwest, Montana, or be in the desert in Arizona.
Well, remember what you were talking about, California? You were literally talking about how they weren't letting people go into the forest, national forest, because I don't remember what was the reason they were saying, because it could rain or storm, or I don't remember.
I think. Oh no, you know what rings a bell on that was not California. It was in Canada during the when they had the forest fires. Yeah, you couldn't walk down any trails in the forest. Like you couldn't go outside in Canada.
I mean, in the liberal world order, let's just say, are they going to even let you do things? Are they going to let you go to the beach? I mean, because you have to drive there, and then that's going to be a carbon tax of some kind, I mean, what are they going to even allow you to do? That's the question.
Right? Yeah. I mean, you live in cities, you'll have your local areas you can go to and whatnot, but museums and stuff, they'll probably be pretty crappy, modern art and all that. You don't want to, it doesn't have any meaning to it or soul. It's just modern art. Not that all modern art has no soul. I want to be clear about that, but you get my point. It's not, the Mona Lisa or something. And you'll be able to, look at some crappy art down at your little place. You got a park maybe you can walk to. You got a bunch of restaurants that you won't be able to afford. And what you can afford there will, be nothing. So you'll just go back to your pod because you're bored, and you'll look at your screen. And your screen will keep you busy.
You'll have to get rid of your dog because he farts. Either that or you have to put a fart bag on your dog, right? Because we got to cut methane gas from being, releasing into the atmosphere. It's so dangerous, right?
Well, that would be sort of a huge bonus. If you could actually have a dog, then you're sort of in the 1%,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not any more crazy than Bill Gates' global dimming. He wants to dim the planet. Now that's only a psychopath would say. I mean, that is so bad for the planet in 1,001 different ways. Where could you even start with that? And yet he wants to geoengineer and put a cloud covering, which I think they're already doing. Here in Tulsa, we had 2 gray outs from all the geoengineerings just last week. And also, he just recently said, crazy Bill Gates did. He said, when he was asked by Colbert, are humans going to be needed in the future, once AI kind of reaches a certain point? He said, no, we're not going to be needed at all. And then Colbert was shocked. He was like, oh my God, that's horrifying and terrifying. And then he laughs and his arms are flailing around and he goes, oh, well, we'll decide. Well, when he says we'll decide, he doesn't mean us, we the people. He means his is a little elite group and club. That's who's going to decide whether or not we're not needed anymore. And then what happens when we're not needed? Are they going to even let us go to the beach? Are they even going to let us go to the gym? Are they going to confine us to these little 15-minute cities that they're promoting?
Or will they, sterilize everyone and just get us down to that magic, 500 million population?
Right.
Which is the max for the planet, and then get us down to that, and then you can start to sort of maybe go outside again,
Yeah. The permanent lockdown. What would they call that? The global warming lockdowns, which is something they actually did in a few places. They did it in India at least once or twice during the shamdemic as sort of a trial run because they wanted to make that a real thing. Every now and then, every couple of weeks we need to have a global warming shutdown, and you just stay in your home and you can't get out. Remember that? That's how crazy people are.
That's what we were talking about up in Canada when they had the wildfires. You know, they said basically no one can go into the forest. If there's trails and stuff and you want to walk on the trail, you can't do it. And that was exactly what it was for. Global warming. It was a problem they perceived to be so great that humans can't even go outside in Canada in the summer, in the 2 months of warm weather that they have every year. You know,
dude, I'm just so mind boggled at how we've allowed this kind of insanity to enter politics and actually have a place and a platform. You know, why haven't they been laughed off the stage? Why haven't these people been peacefully confronted with, you know, common sense civil discourse? Well, I guess part of it is because they cut the civil discourse. The left doesn't allow civil discourse. Remember during the presidential campaigns and all the different other campaigns, you know, back in 2016 and 2020, they go, well, I don't want to debate a white supremacist, terrorist, racist, you know, I'm not going to give a platform. Well, the only reason they didn't want to debate us was because they knew that they would lose the debate because their ideas suck. So they just went the name calling. That's what happened, folks.
Yeah, it's you start to lose the argument and then you turn to name calling because that's all you have left at that point. You get angry. It's personal to you that you're so passionate about something that can so easily be debunked, so to speak. And so, yeah, it turns to that anger right away, and that's where it gets violent. You see it all the time on the streets and these street videos nowadays, man. It's really bad. 88%, this is from Post Millennial, 88% of college students pretend to hold progressive views in order to be socially, academically accepted. 88% pretend to be more liberal than they are to be accepted.
I believe that.
Yeah. 82% said they've submitted assignments misrepresenting their actual views in order to align with an expected ideology. When they put in something that challenged the expected views, 80% say that they did not receive positive feedback on their work, right? And they're doing this in their personal lives too, like with their friends.
Right.
They're pretending to be more liberal than they really are because they don't want to have that confrontation. They just want to hang out with their quote-unquote friends. So, I mean, you might have a group of 5 people that are all really like Trump supporters that just pretend to be super liberal in front of each other, and God, if they ever just said the truth, they'd all realize they completely agree. They don't need to live a lie anymore.
Yeah, well, we have to stop being afraid. That's the problem. But a lot of people are afraid that, you know, somebody might turn violent on them because we see it happen. Oh, you're for ICE? Oh, we're going to beat you down. Oh, you're for MAGA? Oh, we're going to beat you down. I mean, there are a good number of people on the radical extreme far left that lean in towards violent behavior and physical violence. We've seen it happen time and time again, and people are afraid to speak their mind. You know, in a normal society, you could do it and the person could be angry at you and walk away, but now they might just slug you as well.
Yeah. 77% of them agreed with the statement. Silence is safest when unsure how views will be received, right? And so of those people, 91% said that they would lie about it to other people. So 72% of the people out there are, in this case, saying that, you know, it's not okay to have women and men's sports, specifically asked them that, 72%. Of those, 91% would lie about that. So almost everybody who is against it would never fess up to that. And that's how you end up with women in sports. If people stood up to it and said what they believe, and then 9% of the 70%, you know, was that 6 people out of 100? You see where I'm going here. Everyone's lying. They're all lying. Just to perpetuate this. But anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. The Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show will be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
You got out of it.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you did good.
I know. I was trying to get that stat out, and I wanted to give you room, but I'm like, damn, I just checked. It just ticked to 25.
Even as fast as I talk, I couldn't get anything out.
Sorry about that. Do you want to talk on that?
I don't even remember what it was. I've already forgotten.
Okay, then we'll move on.
No, I was going to mention just one other thing about, I don't need to say it on the air, but I just thought I'd point it out anyway, about how they hate the idea of other ideas, other than their own. They went so far, and you know this, and we all know it, as to literally cancel Donald J. Trump's Twitter account, the president of the United States. I mean, that's how extreme these nutcases are.
Oh. Yeah, while he was in the office.
Doc 420 is listening to us over on Rumble.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc?
Caught him in there a couple times.
But, I see a lot of people, too, that are getting angry about stupid stuff. When I think there's really bigger issues that need to be addressed, that people need to be angry about, you know what I'm saying? I see that happening a lot, this whole doom and gloom, black-pilled thing, where it's all falling apart. I mean, come on, man, okay? Let's get behind our ideas, and let's talk about those more than anything else, man. And yeah, get out there and hammer it. But this idea that, we're never going to win, it's all going to stay the same, that's got to end, man. Because, look, if we do that, the socialist, Marxist, globalist Democrats will take the power back in 2028 without a doubt, man. That's a for sure thing. If we fumble the ball, just because we don't like some of the things Trump is doing, man, I can't even imagine what it would be like. And I've always said from day one, when I first came on Minds back in 2016, actually 2015, I said, Trump is not an end all. He's a stepping stone. He's going to do what he has to do. I've always said he's more of a wrecking ball, and then whoever takes control after him builds it up to where we need to be. He's got to wreck down the globalist agenda, and then someone else has to come in there and kind of start fixing things. No way he can do it in 4 years. Impossible. No way. So I don't know, man. I'm tired of the black-pilled stuff. And you got people like Mike Adams and Maria Z saying crazy stuff, and I've put all their quotes, in articles that I've written about them, literally making up lies, about Trump, making up lies. And look, there are things you can complain about Trump, but you need to make sure they're based in reality and based in facts. Like Marie Z literally said that Trump has, questionable things in the Epstein files, like he's a pedophile. No, he's not a pedophile. There's nothing in there that shows he's a pedophile. Nothing. And yet she said that in a recent interview with Mike Adams. And Mike Adams said that Trump is going to literally be forced out of office, forced to and live next door to Jeffrey Epstein, who lives in Israel, supposedly, according to Mike Adams. And I'm like, you people are talking nuts, man. You're totally not grounded in reality whatsoever. At least if you complain about Trump, make sure they're 100% real and grounded in reality.
Mike Adams.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
also,
of the Dilbert guy.
Natural News, the guy. Okay, I like Mike Adams. I just think he's gone off the rails, man. And he literally said that Trump is basically promoting autonomous robots that are going to go out and kill everyone. And I did my research. I spent an hour researching if that was true. Turns out it's not true. When AI is used in any type of warfare, there has to be human oversight. There's no such
30
thing.
30 seconds, guys.
That's Trump supporting autonomous, drones to go out and kill people.
Wobbly, I don't know if you caught what Wobbly was saying in chat. I copy pasted it in our separate chat so that you could see it. He said that, well, anyways, you'll see it later. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, with Bullhorn Barry on the co-host seat tonight. What's going on, Barry?
Fired up tonight, man, as usual.
So let's see,
right? 2026, it's going to be a wild one, man. If the first 2 months is any kind of an indicator, can you imagine what the next 10 months are going to be like, man? Seriously.
Oh, yeah. And it's our 250th birthday as America. 250 years. That is a big deal. It's a quarter of a millennia that we've survived as a country. And I hope we go nuts with that and celebrate the crap out of this year. I mean, folks, get out there, buy 50 flags, buy, you know, those sweatpants that have the flag on them, like from Napoleon Dynamite. You know,
Right.
get those. Wear red, white, and blue everywhere. MAGA, wear it all, man. Just celebrate America this year. Let everyone know you love this country because it's a big deal. Mm-hmm. That's right. Blow something up.
Sure. A lot of fireworks this 4th of July, man. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. So
we were talking about polls and about Trump. By the way, Trump has a 48% approval rating according to Rasmussen, and it's the only daily presidential poll out there. And we were talking before, I think it was during the break, where a lot of people, they won't even say they support Trump. About 10% will not say they support Trump because of the very thing you were talking about, you know, right before we went to break. So is he at 48% or is he really at 58% approval rating? And yet I hear the right-wing, black-pilled doom and gloomers saying that Trump's approval rating is collapsing. Okay, yeah, according to CNN maybe or MSNBC or some bogus leftist poll that isn't even a fair poll. They did the same thing when Trump was running in 2016, saying he was losing and losing badly, and Hillary Clinton was 99% sure going to win, and only Rasmussen had the right number, saying he was going to win. I'm sick of the lies, man. I am sick of the black pill doom and gloomers spreading lies and disinformation and misinformation and spreading doom and gloom. I'm sick of it.
Sick of the lies, man. You know what that would make is a fantastic name for a channel.
As he always says, it's a great time to be alive.
Yeah, I don't see any doom and gloom around Trump. I see what he's doing is incredible. They were just talking today about the, $18 trillion in investments that's coming into the country in the next year. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of money. I mean, data centers, all kinds of places that are going to create phenomenal, well-paying jobs. All kinds of auto factories, you name it. It goes on and on and on, folks. $18 trillion. That's half the entire national deficit is poised to be invested into this country over the next year. Starting like now, starting like it's go time, you know? That's an insane amount of money. It's an insane amount of growth. We could see potentially, and I mean, Barry, write this down. Hit me up at the end of the year if it hits it. At some point in one quarterly period this year, we could see annualized growth at 10% for the U.S. economy. That's the kind of numbers you get out of China. We're already at 5% in Q4. And so it could be as high as 7% GDP growth in the first quarter of this year. And if you're seeing that, I mean, China would beg to get those kind of numbers back. For a developed country as far along as the United States is, to see that type of growth is shocking. And guess what? I mean, there's the rule of 72s, right? You take whatever investment you're looking at, and if it pays 7.2% a year, you know that's a real easy one. It'll take 10 years to double your money with compounding interest. Okay? So if we're growing at 7%, that's in 10 years, we double the size of the U.S. economy. Double it. And then all of a sudden the national debt is not as big a deal. Another 10 years after that, you double it again. Now we're at 25% GDP growth. Debt to GDP. And that's like the best number we've had in any of our lifetimes. So can he do it? I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, it's certainly possible. And if we get this economy going the way it could, kick exports into high gear. We got tariffs running on imports, so we're not buying cheap crap from China. We're buying stuff made here in America, and we're making enough of that stuff that we can export it too, and people around the world want to buy it. Suddenly, America's on fire. It's gangbusters. And so that's what I see for America this year, man. That's what I hope to see. So write that down, Barry. 10% growth.
Man, I think you're right on. And look, the top line of defense against the globalist doom and gloom agenda, against the, them taking away everything and making us dependent upon them, is economic prosperity. It may be the number one line of defense against the globalist. And that's why initially they hated Trump more than anything. Before they knew that he was kind of anti-globalist, they hated him because he wanted to bring economic prosperity again. And you cannot control a prosperous nation. You have to first bring them down to their knees to where they're dependent upon you. And that hasn't happened, and that's not going to happen. I don't care what the black-pilled right-wing doom and gloomers keep saying. They keep saying the economy's bad. They're literally talking the Democrat talking points over and over and over again. And I remember CNN and all these other news agencies were coming out saying all these numbers were going to be down, the estimates were down, and then it all came out like a few days later, and they were all up above expectation. That seems to be the typical flow of things that I've seen.
Yeah. Now, job growth is going to be tricky because a lot of the automation that's coming out is, going to be brutal. It is. And, I mean, we even had that guy from Microsoft we were talking about on Sunday night, the head of AI there, who's saying most, entry-level white-collar jobs will dry up in the next 12 to 18 months. So if you're going to college and you're expecting to graduate next year with a marketing degree or something, you might be SOL. Sorry to tell you that now, but yeah. So we're looking at a world where things are changing.
Yeah. No, AI is a real threat. That's a totally different topic. And like I said, Bill Gates just got through saying, we'll decide how much humans are actually necessary, right? How much we're needed. We'll decide. And he doesn't mean we the people. He literally means him and his little shadow cabal. We're going to decide.
Yeah.
So yeah, and look, man, we saw the latest video generations coming out of Seed Dance, man, and it looks almost as real as a blockbuster film, man. Okay, so yeah, there's going to be full feature films made, but that's not probably going to be the main way that AI video generation is going to be used. It's going to be used for independent filmmakers and for everybody, but it'll be used in a good way for independent filmmakers because they'll be able to make a low-budget film look like a high-budget film using video generation for visual effects and for visual elements within their, live-action footage. So it's going to aid filmmaking. It is going to take away from a lot of 3D animators, but new jobs are going to be created and new films are going to come out that never would have seen the light of day before because Hollywood would never greenlight the kind of films that are getting ready to come out because of AI video generation.
Well, I've got a perfect example right here. Writer-director Roger Avary, he won an Academy Award alongside Quentin Tarantino for the screenplay of Pulp Fiction. And he's saying over the last few years, he can't get anything going. So he put together a little AI camp, this group, got all the computer, everything they needed to do it. And now he has 3 feature films in production, fully funded, with investors breaking his door down, basically. One's going to be a family Christmas movie. The other one will be a faith-based movie for next Easter, and then a big romantic war epic he's also working on.
Right.
And, those are 3 films now that won't have any actors, that won't have anything other than AI, that are getting made, that will hit the theaters. And who knows? Eventually we're going to see, the biggest, most popular movie of all time will be an AI-made one. It'll probably happen in the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it's a new format, just like 3D animation was a new format at one time. We got the Pixar type 3D animation, then we have sort of 3D animation that looks pretty close to real life. One of the first films that came out like that was Final Fantasy, and it looked pretty close to real, at least what we thought looked close to real back then. Now, of course, it doesn't even compare. But you're right on target because it was the Deadpool writer and producer, Rhett Reese, who said, and I quote, "I hate to say it, it's likely over for us." And here's the key to that particular quote. He's not saying it's over for us, all the movie-making fans. I mean, the movie fans. He's saying it's over for us in Hollywood. Because now the playing field is going to be leveled. And because of distribution and streaming and all that kind of stuff, and cinema cameras that you can buy for $1,000 or less that rival like an Arri Alexa or a Red camera, that you can buy for next to nothing. Anybody can make a film now if they're talented, have a good script, and then they tie that in with AI video generation. They could have something that looks as good as anything coming out of Hollywood in the next few years.
Yeah, Paul Schrader, the director and writer for Taxi Driver, Academy Award winner, had this to say. He said, "Let me make a very unpopular prediction. 1 year from now, photorealistic AI dramas will be running through film school bodies like diuretics. Based on my brief AI experimentation, a savvy student will be able to create a 90-minute narrative in 2 to 3 weeks on zero budget without leaving home, without anyone's permission. The originality of the story will determine the value of the product. Why go through the agonies of fundraising, collaborating when all you need is a keyboard? Darren Aronofsky is already in the game with Roger Avery hard behind. Then it's a simple matter of creating a platform, or will YouTube already be this place, to screen and monetize this new form of storytelling." Boom. Zero budget, 2 to 3 weeks. A student can do it in 2 to 3 weeks with no budget in in his bedroom. You don't have to pay rent.
And I'm excited about all the stories that never would have been told otherwise that are now going to be able to be told in a way that is worthy of the story. Like, it's not going to be cheap, and the audio's not going to suck, and the video quality's not going to suck. And look, the playing field is being leveled, like I said before, man. I mean, nobody's going to the theater anymore. Hollywood does not control the global box office sales anymore. They used to control 90% of it. They're down to 60. They're about to go down to 50 in the next 5 years, maybe less, depending on, what direction they go with the kind of movies they're making. If they continue making the kind of movies they're making now, they're going to tank worse than 50% in 5 years, because nobody wants to see the crap that they're putting out.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me kind of like the anime stuff that happened so many years ago, that just like all of a sudden somebody tell you got to see this, and you go watch it, and you're like, wow, that was incredible. A different the genre, it was just very different, and this will be like that, but it'll look so realistic, but yet we'll all know it's AI. You go into the theater understanding that like one dude is making all the money from this thing that, before it took 1,000 people to make it,
Well,
when
even
you think of
without
caterers and
even
valets.
It's happening, dude. That guy, the YouTube influencer that's a gamer, he made his own movie called Iron Lung, and he self-financed it himself. I think it cost $5 million, which, if you're a YouTube influencer and you're a big YouTube influencer, that's not a lot of money. And in terms of a Hollywood movie, that's a low-budget film, and it was trending at the number 1 and 2 spot for at least a couple of weeks. He made like 10 times his money right off the bat. And with global sales and Blu-ray and streaming, he's going to make a lot more than probably 50. He might make $100 million off that $5 million investment. He even starred in the movie himself, and it was all one set. Because it's the story that matters at the end of the day. The story.
Yeah, it is. It's so true. It's the story. And if you're relying on AI to just sort of spit out a good story for you, I don't know, you're probably SOL. But if you can come up with beautiful, amazing stories that are compelling, then you can use these other features to help create this thing in such a way that, Hollywood would be next to impossible to do.
Yeah.
So
I think AI is better at brainstorming, right? Don't you think AI is better just at brainstorming? Don't use it as the idea. Just use it to help you brainstorm that you can bounce off of. Most Hollywood films have a whole crew where they bounce ideas off each other. Well, now you can use AI as that assistant to help you, but let it be your idea. Just, let it get your brain thinking so that, you can feed off of it, but don't take its idea and just feed it out there. Because like you said, it'll be junk, man. It'll be, what do they call it? AI slop.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, in the limited amount of time we have left, Senate Bill 26097 in the great state of Colorado. If that passes, Senate Bill 26097, prostitution will be 100% legal in the entire state of Colorado. And that includes prostitution, solicitation, patronizing a prostitute, keeping a place of prostitution, pandering related to arranging prostitution. Okay, so, in other words, you can, in some places in Maine, it's legal to be a prostitute, but it's illegal to solicit one. Right? In Nevada, it's legal in certain counties and certain, in free-arranged places. But this is just going to make it straight up legal across the entire state of Colorado. Pretty big move if this passes, and Colorado's so far to the left that I think it will. I think it will. they all talk about how, we're criminalizing people, endangering them, and yada yada. It's just sex work. And okay, well, guess what? It's probably going to be legal in Colorado. So your next ski trip might be a little more interesting. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just wondering how healthy that's going to be for marriages.
Yeah, for a lot of things, It's not for everybody, that's for sure. But some people make it work. I'll give them credit for it, but it's not for everybody. That's
Are they going to be able to just walk down the street and solicit people, though? I mean, is that what's in the bill? Yeah, I think that's.
You could walk up to somebody who's just minding their own business, and you could say, "Hey, I'd like to pay you $1,000 to go have sex with you. Are you down? You're beautiful." And if she says yes, you're both good to go. And if she says, "I'm a cop," you say, "Okay, sorry to bother you. I'll be on my way," knowing that you've not broken any law.
But I'm saying the prostitutes can stroll up and down the street soliciting people for sex. I mean,
yes, absolutely.
So you're bringing your family, somewhere, maybe a tourist area, and your wife and the kids slip into some store, and then you're being solicited, and you set up this is not going to be well. It's not going to go well for the for morals and ethics and family and marriage, and I don't see it going good.
How will the ski towns handle it? I mean, that's where all the tourists are. That's where all the money is going to be. That's where you're going to get your tricks, so to speak. All the group of guys coming in to go skiing for a weekend or something, and boom, that's your target audience. So how do they handle it in a small town like a Telluride or Crested Butte or Aspen, when you've now got all these prostitutes hanging around in bars and it's totally legal? You can't kick them out if they're buying a drink. They'll go to the sheriff and say, "Hey, man, I got kicked out of here for prostitution."
Yeah. It's the dichotomy that you've talked about, I've talked about, Yotivation talked about, the left, right, freedom, slavery, good, evil, corruption, integrity. I mean, it's becoming much more prominent, right? And those that are on the dark side are going to take it as far as they possibly can. And let's not forget, the globalist put out that document. I don't remember what it was called, but essentially anybody could consent to sex no matter what their age was. So that means 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, because they didn't put an age on it. They just said any age. That's not good. And, how far do they take this madness? They just keep pushing it further and further and further.
Yeah. It goes further here. In Oregon, there is a petition that's going around that if, they get enough signatures and it'll go to the ballot, if it gets 50%, they're saying it probably won't. But they want to make it illegal to fish and hunt and hurt animals really in any way. And so you wouldn't be able to do any wildlife management. You couldn't even trap pests and vermin. And they're trying to outlaw the ability to kill or injure an animal for any reason other than self-defense. So this would, include cattle, chickens.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. It was trending on X today where they were showing, actual videos of pigs being shocked to death or shocked so that they could be slaughtered, so they were basically unconscious and they wouldn't feel it. It was a humane way to basically kill them. And they were all complaining. Almost 90% of all the comments were, "Oh, how sad, oh, how terrible." It's so mean. I'm like, the pig feels nothing. It's what we eat. The majority of us eat meat. We're meat eaters, carnivores, Yeah. It's insane, folks.
Like, have you been to a grocery store? Do you know where the meat department, do you know where that comes from? Like, has it ever put two and two together in your head about this? It's kind of wild.
Well, if it bothers you that much, go adopt a pig and have a pig as a pet. Because some people do, and there's nothing wrong with that. Pigs are wonderful animals, but they're also good food.
They're wonderful food.
Especially bacon.
I love bacon.
In everything. In ice cream.
Yeah. It's actually phenomenal in ice cream. But let's see here today. Mir Mamdani has been complaining that he's facing this massive gap, right? Billions of dollars he's got to make up for. $127 billion is his economy. $127 billion for New York City. The entire state of Florida is $117 billion. So, of course, Ron DeSantis came out and he's like, Florida, 23 plus million people. New York City, 8 million people. So for 8 million people, they're spending $127 billion. In Florida, for 23 million people, they're spending $117 billion and doing just fine. Doing just fine. Thank you very much. It's shocking. It's shocking. And cutting any spending is just never going to happen. So what's he going to do? He's going to go after the only thing he can, property taxes.
Yep.
And they're already starting to freak out. People are going to get evicted. They're going to lose their homes and yada, yada, because they won't be able to pay the new higher property taxes. What's that going to do to make housing cheaper? Nothing. The exact opposite. So they're in for a wild ride in New York City. A wild ride. I can't wait to watch it.
It has to happen because it's that dichotomy. People have to see what's really happening, and they got to see who's good and who's bad and who represents them and who doesn't represent them. It's all happening the way it should be. It's brutal. It's tough. It's hard to watch. It's hard to witness, but it has to happen because so many people are in a comatose. They have not all awakened yet.
Yeah. And they're going to wake up fast. I mean, many people that supported him and campaigned for him are already losing, interest and walking off the bandwagon, right? And why is Florida so fascist? They ask in this article. Why is Florida so fascist? Yeah, they let you keep what you make down there, folks, and you don't need to get anything off the government because there's a million jobs to be had. Just go knock on a couple doors and bam, you got a job in an hour. So, New York, good luck. You voted for this, and I hate to see it happen to a city I love, but man, I'm just going to make popcorn and watch it burn. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure they voted for him, but, there was definitely some that did, but did he really win? I mean, or is this another election still? And I know that may sound crazy to some people, but these people are not honest. And Trump said it's getting ready to all come out. We have everything. We got this stuff about Georgia. Now they're looking at Arizona. He's going to bring forth all of this stuff. So please give Trump some time, okay? It takes time to do these kinds of things. And then it takes time to get indictments. You have to dot all your I's, cross all your T's. This isn't just going to happen overnight. All that other stuff with Comey and stuff, those weren't really very concrete indictments. So, of course, they're not going to stick. But that doesn't mean that's the end of it. Mm-hmm. Just give Trump some time, folks. That's all I'm saying. You can certainly complain. That's fair enough. But don't go over the edge and say it's over and Trump has betrayed us when it's way too early to say that. I mean, much too early to say that. With all kinds of good things still happening. You literally have to be completely blind to all the good stuff he's doing. You have to put on blinders, like a David Icke or a Mike Adams or a Stu Peters, and it's all doom and gloom.
That's right, Barry. You go. Go, man, go.
I'm committed to walking this thing out with Trump. I'm not going to support him when he does bad, okay? I'm not going to do that. But I believe in him. It's my job to put some confidence in the guy. Okay, it doesn't mean I can't criticize him. I do. Like a lot of people were accusing me of defending Steve Bannon. No, I didn't say anything about Steve Bannon because I didn't have the details. Now that I have the details, I've written an article about it and exposed some of the things that look kind of sketchy between Bannon and Epstein. I'm not hiding anything. I'm a red pill. That means I'm realistic, based in the data, based in the facts, using discernment.
Yep. And I'll tell you, it's fascinating to watch all this stuff. If you think Trump is not doing what he can, you got to trust the man. He almost died for us, man. He came within a millimeter of dying in front of the entire world. And then another time, somebody else tried to kill him, and he fought off all these legal cases. To miraculously come out ahead and win all this. And he's got a plan. I say we give him a little time. We trust the plan. Let it play out, and let's see where we are. But, folks, we are out of time. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Thank you all so much for listening. Wouldn't be here without our audience, so thank you guys so much. You're the best audience in the world. We got to go. Stay tuned, though, for more from DREAGUS Productions right after this.
Peace and love.
All right, guys, great show. And,
All right, audience, thank you so much for listening, guys.
Yeah.
And Barry,
Man, you guys had
as
a lot
always,
of engagement with Roger and Great Conspiracy and Wobbly in there. Wobbly got a little upset with you guys because they can collect rainwater and some things, and
Oh no, I'm not saying
I guess
they
it's
can't
I
do
guess
it at
it's
all.
not
There's some
just
places-
I guess it's not just a
Well-
what do they call it? Some of it's localized or
That's-
regionalized.
and I wasn't implying. I wasn't implying it was a nationwide thing. It's in certain areas, 100%. But those are leftist areas. That was the point. That's the way they think. That's their mentality.
But Barry,
Yeah, you can-
I got to
here's-
get because I got to get Jack Carey set up with
Amen.
Paranormal
Thanks, Mark.
Intelligence Agency. You guys take
Thanks,
care,
Barry.
and I'll get this up and out like I normally do.
Hey, peace out. Glad to hear you guys
All right.
interjecting.
Good night. All right, that was Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show coming up right now. We're in transition right now, and I'm going to bring up Jack Carey with Paranormal Intelligence Agency. More to come. Hello, Jack.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good so far, so good. Let me fix the stream so that I have you up, and there we go. Where'd you go, Jack?
I don't know. I don't know why it's not showing me. Showing the
You're not
background.
close enough to the camera, I guess. You gotta
I'm
get
all
close.
the way like forward. I could almost put my nose on it.
Real? Maybe you're
Oh.
too close to it.
That's how weird is that?
Yeah. Oh well.
They can
Jack-
always just get the all-seeing eye of
all-seeing
Jack.
eye, the all-seeing eye of Jack. Yes.
Yeah, that'll work for a night. My wife took my exterior camera for a meeting she had today. It's all the way up.
That's why. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. It's all the way up in her office, connected to her computer. So I'm like,
Well, maybe we could watch her instead while you talk. We'll just mute her
Right.
out, and we'll just watch her.
you feel like, who
I'm
is this?
teasing, Jack.
They're like, who is this random chick like doing paperwork?
I keep wanting censorship to take John and to take and put like a cam on his dog and set her loose outside so we can watch where she goes and kind of see where he's at, because he broadcasts remote always,
Oh wow!
Yeah, so if it wasn't for Starlink, we wouldn't be able to get him in.
Crazy. It's
Yeah.
been a crazy week. I've been getting works prepared. I got a big art show on the first Friday of March. First Friday night is a big reception for me. I'm the featured artist for all of March for the East Bank Art Gallery, and I gotta have like so many paintings ready, and I've been hard at work producing paintings this past week, so pretty much everything kind of got put on hold until I accomplished that.
Take clips from that and send them to me so I can put them up in the stream.
I will, definitely. It's going really, really well. I'm getting a lot of attention and selling quite a few paintings, so that's good.
Really good to hear.
Yeah. Good stuff. But how's the world of your week?
It is. Here we are. It's hump day. We got 30 seconds, and then we'll get you up and running. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Can't wait to hear what you got to say tonight and what you got coming. And
Well, we're going to explore the dark theory.
all right. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and now on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid, are riding security. Pardon me, I have a bit of a cough this week. Picked up a little bit of a bug over the week. It's been a rough week. I've been painting, producing some pretty pictures for people to check out at my art reception that will be featured for the month of March, but my reception is the first Friday night in March at the East Bank Art Gallery in Sioux Falls. So if you happen to be in that area, come by and check out some cool art, and they'll have wine and snacks and stuff like that for you. So this week, well, what's been going on this week that's been so crazy? There's been sort of a revelation of thought that I've had this week concerning cryptozoology and a reclassification of cryptozoology. And, you know, we got some new fresh intel out of the WebBot. And, you know, it's some pretty dark stuff. It's exploring the dark theory is what it's called. The dark theory. There is no darker theory than this one. And it is, well, it's been rumored, more than rumored, that Jimmy Carter cry when he read it. So pretty dark, mysterious stuff. Has to do with really sort of the philosophical implications of what we highly suspect to be true about the origins of humanity. And we're going to go over that this evening. And actually read some correspondence from Cliff High himself over at the WebBot. Cliff sent out a letter, and it's well worth conveying to the populace at large. So I think we'll cover that. But interestingly enough, I've had a few insights into the world of cryptozoology this week. And, you know, I touched upon a previous episode the idea that some of the animals that cryptozoologists are trying to, you know, to actually get evidence for and to, well, document in a scientific way for humanity's, you know, progress, might not be from the Earth. They might be interdimensional in nature, or from the Type 3 civilization that maybe seeded the Earth after humanity was already here. So could it be that really what we need to be kind of eyeing is a reclassification of cryptozoology into two very different disciplines? One would be called cryptozoology and actually deal with the three rings of cryptozoology, which are all earth-based animals, right? And the other is a new classification. We would have a whole new type of investigator that specializes in exocryptozoology, or exozoology, however you would like to say it. But the idea that somebody has recognized the fact that creatures like Bigfoot, Dogman, and some others here on the Earth appear to either be chimera constructions from an alien species, or something even weirder than that, something interdimensional in nature. So we're going to talk about that. Talk about a little bit more about the Terry McIlvaine horse mutilation case, really, that I mentioned last week. That's the only case in any animal mutilation anywhere in North America or the world, for that matter, where the perpetrator was actually photographed. As it approached the field, the McIlvaine's camera caught a final glimpse of what it was, and it was a very, very bright light source approaching the field. It had to be in using some sort of ultra light. It tripped the night vision cameras, and the way that it tripped them kind of showed that it was using some sort of night vision itself. And how might that actually fit into tonight's main topic, which is the dark theory, as Jimmy Carter put it. So, but anyway, some updates. It's been a crazy week again for, well, not for crypto so much, but for precious metals continue to, go up and down wildly, let's say. There's a lot of volatility in the precious metal markets, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the precious metal markets have, no pun intended, acted as a magnet for traders from the cryptocurrency markets. So cryptocurrency is not really doing a lot right now. It's sort of languishing. If anything, it's just sort of slowly grinding downward. I'm looking for a bottom on Bitcoin somewhere around 57,000. Maybe give or take 1,000 or two, somewhere around in there. That would put Ethereum roughly around 1,600. And there you might, traders might find a tradable opportunity to the upside. Until then, it's kind of dead money to be sitting in the crypto markets at this time. And really, there's no reason to when you can trade things like silver and gold and platinum and palladium and copper and things like that are really moving well and are attracting a lot of money flow. So I'm sort of concentrating on that right now. It has not escaped my attention that there is a tokenized gold product out there that's offered by Coinbase. It's got a ticker symbol PAXGUSD. Guys, that is tokenized gold, like in its real form. So what is Bitcoin? Just asking the philosophical question, right? Bitcoin's supposed to be digital gold, and here you have tokenized real gold that's just as fluid as Bitcoin is. Boy, I don't know. That sounds like a terminal problem to me for Bitcoin, but maybe they'll figure out some way of utilizing it in a way that real tokenized gold can't be, because right now that's what it's considered to be, is just a store of value. Whereas, you have a product like Ethereum, which is more than just a cryptocurrency. It's it's a base platform that you can build it's a layer 2, so you can build all kinds of amazing apps on it, do all kinds of smart contract transactions, and then the people that own it are actually earning interest off of owning it. So it's an interest, yield-bearing asset. So that is a completely different animal. And yet, in the public's mind, they're all sort of thrown into the same basket, even though they're vastly different products. So, and we got here, I like to remind everybody every show, we got here through the cyber prophecies, jumping down the wormhole of the WebBot reports combined with premier remote viewing groups pointing in the same direction. And that direction was in the direction that silver would become unobtainium over time, and that cryptocurrencies would eventually replace fiat currencies. Both of those are on the trajectory to become true. Silver is, I think it was up like 6% today. It's kind of staying between 70 and 90. It's trading sideways in a $20 range between like 70 and 90 after reaching a high of 120 not too many weeks ago. So I think what you're seeing is if you listen to, kind of one of the men in the high castle, as I like to put it, that's out there that uses an AI agent on YouTube. There's a guy named OG John AG. You kind of have to know what you're looking for to find this kind of information. But the guy is obviously an intelligence agent, and he uses AI generated content to hide his identity. But whoever that is has information that only certain types of people are given access to, and it all has to do with precious metal markets. And what can I say? It's dead on every time. And they tried to ban his channel recently. They tried to shut him down, all kinds of stuff going on that YouTube. So if you're into the real deal, how the world works, check that channel out. But I can fill you in and summarize what's going on. And the fact is there's a huge worldwide battle going on over the price of silver and obtaining silver. Silver's used in all of our advanced weaponry. That's really what it comes down to. We can't produce any advanced weaponry without it. And if you can't kill your enemy, you are dead in the water, as we like to put it in the Navy. That's really what it comes down to. And there's a very limited amount of silver. The ratio of gold to silver is way, way out of proportion with what its historical ratio is. Historically, silver ought to be around 10 to 1, somewhere around that. You get 1 piece of silver for every 10 pieces, or 10 pieces of silver for every 1 piece of gold. And right now they're pricing that ratio way out of range of that. That would put silver somewhere around, $350 to $500 an ounce. So that gives you an idea of the possibilities that the future might hold for that particular precious metal. Now they are talking about the U.S. government perhaps putting a price cap or a price floor on silver. That's just something we're going to have to see how that plays out. I have been more involved with just trading gold. It's as fluid as any cryptocurrency, and it's 5,000 years proven true. And, when you're looking for nice wave-like structures to surf, and I'm talking about the technical analysis of charts, then it produces really nice waves to surf. So it's really kind of drawn my attention away from the other ones. And until the world kind of figures out what's going on, you're kind of protected from geopolitical shock. You're protected from bad news coming out about any particular one company. You're protected from quantum computers actually cracking the cryptocurrency codes. You're protected from all kinds of stuff. And that is another concern. There is a quantum computing company out there called Envision. And they are producing the world's most advanced quantum computers. I just saw the CEO of the company recently talking, and by 2028, they're going to have a 128 qubit quantum computer. These are computers that use atoms. thousands and thousands of times more powerful than even our most powerful artificial intelligent computing apparatuses right now. And he's saying, yeah, at that point, it's quite possible that quantum computers could crack the cryptocurrency codes, and that's not that far away. Now, I would look for on the horizon at some point somebody coming up with a quantum-based currency that, well, that's would be quite impossible to break. Quantum-based is quantum-based. That's, you're talking about subatomic particles at that stage. So, but that's where the world is moving, and that's kind of where we have been dwelling here on, here on the Great Space Roller Coaster, as I like to call this journey on the Earth. And we have a lot of geopolitical uproar going on. You have the possible Iran taking place. I predicted a long time ago that a war with Iran would be inevitable, and it appears to be inevitable. We have the Ukraine-Russian war still going on. You have a possible future invasion of China into Taiwan. You have all kinds of turmoil going on economically just under the surface. So stock market's hitting all-time highs at the same time that precious metals are hitting all-time highs. That's really, really weird. And yet they're not even talking about that right now. So it's very strange stuff that's happening. But the prophecies tell us that the cyber prophecies, the webbot reports, mixed with our Vedic astrology and the upswing of the Kali Yuga all kind of point to a future in the not too distant future where we have what's called sci-fi emerges. Sci-fi world emerges, and that's a place where a lot of alien tech actually begins to make it to the surface. And begins to benefit humankind. There's all kinds of different predictions on how and why that actually takes place. The main prediction is that the money machine that was used to print all the money, that was used to pay off all the people that are necessary to keep alien technology a secret, is dried up. And so you're going to get non-stop leakages because of that. And eventually that leads to the point where actual technology breaks out and, begins to get utilized by humanity in some way. So, got to wet my whistle here. Feel like I'm about to lose my voice, but I've been kind of fighting a cold all week. So I apologize out there, guys. And silver becoming unobtainium, alien technology making its way out into the public. You have apparently Lara Trump recently saying on a news show that the president has a speech prepared and waiting, dealing with the alien presence on this planet. So if she's right about that, and why would she say that if it wasn't correct? Then you might get a real shocker in the not too distant future. People, kind of are in a place of comfort, not wanting, in a way, subconsciously, probably not wanting disclosure to occur, because when it occurs, you can't take it back. And it will change quite a bit. So probably they will mention the aliens in the ocean. That's something the webbot has predicted. And it even predicts that there was some sort of meeting between certain world leaders and the leaders of this alien civilization that's down in the ocean. And you can examine all the evidence for that in my book, Alien Ocean, that's available on Amazon. It's actually selling quite a few copies right now, so somebody must be paying attention to that. But if Lara Trump is correct, and if that recent documentary Age of Disclosure by Dan Farah is correct in its assessment, and, there's been some detractors to it, but overall, if Farah is correct in his assessment that this whole thing's about to break wide open, then maybe Trump will come out with a big speech talking about it, and that will alter really the future of humanity as a whole. I can't imagine another president more grandiose, if you will, to come out and say, guess what, guys, we are not alone. I could see him doing that. So, and what other updates do we have this week? I'm kind of taking a look at my notes here. Well, that was probably the biggest one. They've been talking about Barack Obama saying aliens are real, but they didn't show them to me, so it just must be a big conspiracy, I guess. I guess it's a guy that's just totally clueless about the alien reality because they don't show every president. It's a need-to-know basis. It's the most heavily guarded secret that America has ever possessed. And so, digging it up through that many layers of security is quite a task. And we're told now from researchers like Corbell and Georgia Knapp, etc., that the last traceable, major controlling head of all of this was Dick Cheney. After that, it kind of goes dark. It's almost like after Dick Cheney, control went basically to the intelligence community as a whole. There are certain elements in the intelligence community, and that's kind of where we're at today. It's a certainty, I think, because of Marco Rubio and his interest in the topic, that Trump has been filled in on some of the finer details of what's taken place and how there's a legacy program, etc. If all of that's true, then I would say it's only just a matter of time. I mean, let's face it, the Trump administration has 3 whole more years. So, yeah, that kind of disclosure could really possibly take place during that tenure. It's quite possible. And as we're about to go into our break, I'm going to check out live prices right now. Silver's at $76.88, far from unobtainium, but this is a place where if I hadn't already accumulated all of my silver from many, many years ago, then I would be accumulating some here probably. And, gold's down slightly, and that's a good thing for me because I'm actually going in that direction with my current trade. So Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, and XRP are all just slightly up, and they appear like they're going to keep grinding downward. Really, the problem with cryptocurrency right now is a catalyst. There's a lot of good news for cryptocurrencies out there in the world, but none of it seems to ever affect the price, except for the slow sort of grinding down that's been going on really since the October 10th historical deleveraging event that took place. And so we're kind of in that stage. We're in a stage where it's a risk kind of off on the cryptocurrencies and a risk on precious metals. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about interdimensional cryptozoology, where that might put us. And we're going to explore the dark theory that made President Jimmy Carter cry. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, we're on radio break. Great stuff, Jack.
Cool.
We just had a pressure change here, and all of my sinuses just a little bit ago just kind of crashed on me. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like, that's gonna feel good.
Yeah, I got runny nose, a little cough, and sneezing a little bit. I'm just like, damn.
We're in a season here where you don't know if today is going to be warm or cold, hot, or have a frost outside.
Right. Yeah.
Mostly,
we've had a kind of.
It mostly depends on how the wind blows.
Right. Right. Now, we've had a couple of, for us, February in South Dakota, we've had a couple of days where it hit 60. That's unheard of here. So.
Oh, man. I don't know. Did you hear any of the new stuff that I made for you, music-wise?
Yes. Yeah. I love it all.
About you broadcasting from the silo.
Yes.
Like that one came out really great. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Are you gonna start adding
the dog man sniffing around, like Bigfoot?
Yes.
And was it Mothman attacking towns? Like, but you're broadcasting live from the silo.
That's right. You can't get to me down in the silo.
Yeah. I'll have to start go back and edit that so that your security crew is included. Don't worry, Jack's fine. The security crew's here.
Yeah, put Daisy in the
Sundance.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, Roger's in chat too. He's been doing some taking some of the ones that I've done and making mixes out of them and just doing like a different version of it too on top of it. Some of them are really, really good. It's like, yeah. Yep.
Cool.
You'll get to hear it if you listen. You'll get to hear it randomly when I have the music stream up, which I do when we're not live like we are tonight.
What program are you using for that? Like, how do you make a?
There's like 2 or 3 that I use, just like I use like 3 or 4 different ones for the AI art.
Nice.
Yeah. Roger likes to do his more sounding like Dr. Demento. Yeah.
That's great.
I've, I think a lot of mine have like that ska sound to it. Roger don't like that. It's like, I don't like that ska stuff. He'd rather hear that synth 80s wave stuff. And I'm not big into that, but, hey. But it's fun, and we have over 600 plus songs that rotate in there. Yeah, okay. Roger likes disco more than ska. Okay. He's in there whining at me in the chat over in Kick. Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah. He's, one night, I think he and I kicked out like 20 or 30 songs, different versions of things. Last night I made a bunch about immigration in school. What they don't teach kids in school and what they should. Get back to, the basics. We're under 30 seconds, so you're going to get a countdown here pretty quick, Jack. Yeah. All right, and here it is, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you were back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And tonight we are exploring an interesting rabbit hole known as the Dark Theory. So it has an ominous name for a reason. And let's see here. Old Cliff over at the WebBot sent out an interesting, the Dark Hypothesis, I guess, is more the actual name, not the Dark Theory, the Dark Hypothesis. So this is what was rumored to have made President Carter cry. And he warns me, do not read this. You have been warned. Typical Cliff. So, but we're going to read it. That's what we do on this show. It's called the Dark Hypothesis for a reason. Consider that all the information you have been told about humans in our history is a lie, that even the lies told about it are built upon a greater lie, that it is all lies all the way down. We know this to be true. There is no rational explanation for officialdom viewing of anything, especially human history and origins. This extends to all the religions. We know this is true because we have evidence in front of our eyes that there have been previous civilizations here on Earth that were far more advanced than we are even now. We can't replicate so much of the technology of the past, the granite statuary, the melted rocks, and even out into the megalithic structures which humans could not have built without very advanced technology, which we do not have even today. We know that our history, even recent history, is a lie prepared for us. We were even still destroying the grand global civilization that was Tartaria in World War II. That's what the firebombing of the city of Dresden was about. The destruction of the last completely Tartarian city in Germany. More lies, more cover-ups. It's all lies, all the way down. There were no cavemen. There is no human evolution on Earth. In fact, no animal has, quote, naturally evolved. It's all a lie. Who built the global pyramid network of which Giza is but a single node? It was surely not Jews enslaved to skirt-wearing kings of Egypt who constructed a vast global network of giant pyramids. Who built all the structures on the bottoms of the ocean? Who built the structures easily visible on the moon with a 10-inch telescope? Humans are an engineered species. Well, this is part of the dark hypothesis. It is only the base of it. Why were there orphan trains in the USA and across Europe? Where were all the birthing hospitals and the millions of mothers producing those children? Why do ancient ruins have more habitation available then than now? There have been at least 6 ancient civilizations on this planet that precede modern humans. These are all civilizations that go back further than perhaps 100,000 years or more. The dark hypothesis is that none of these civilizations arose or died naturally. The dark hypothesis is that humans, all humans, are the descendants of laboratory created progenitors. In other words, all humans are the children of clones. We have proof in our DNA that we are engineered. The dark hypothesis explains it. The dark hypothesis explains all religions and why they are deliberately lied about their origin stories and their history. The dark hypothesis explains all the gods in humanity's past. The hypothesis states that each civilization was created by the offspring of clones, fostered and allowed to rise and flourish. Then, upon reaching conditions which are not known to us, each of these civilizations was then destroyed, in that the humanity was killed, while their objects were allowed to remain. This accounts for the cycles of destruction that we observe in the long-buried past. These cycles exist, but are not natural. Yes, there are many details left out of this discussion, such as that many of the humans would have been abducted prior to the engineered cataclysms of which we find so much evidence that we were used to destroy their civilization. There was a need for a small number of humans from each civilization to act as seeds for the narrative to be soon presented. Then another batch of lab-created humans were put on Earth. They had the benefit of the abducted humans acting as guides. Presumably, the minds of the abducted humans were controlled to support the desired narrative. For whatever goal or purpose, humans are placed here. The dark hypothesis is that we are lab rats in a designed experiment, and that we are number 7 in this current series. This explains why our history is replete with examples of modern humans in a state of primitive horse and cart technology among the ruins of buildings we could not, and even now cannot, construct. That's why we stand in awe of the ancients and what our science and officialdom claims to have been done with hammer and chisel. These previous 6 civilizations still have remnants that can be seen. All of the out-of-place artifacts across thousands of years are explained by the dark hypothesis. All of the history glitches and errors, such as being investigated by Flamenco and others, are explained by the dark hypothesis. The dark hypothesis also explains all the UFOs and such other paranormal experiences that humans may have. They are in some way mostly unknown to us, the result of the actions of the agency, quote, intelligence, that is conducting this experiment in which humanity is the subject. The dark hypothesis explains all of this and more. It is kept locked in a vault in the Pentagon, apparently taken out on occasion to frighten presidents into compliance with whatever power is actually in charge of this layer of this experiment in which we all live. The dark hypothesis explains 3-Eye Atlas. It explains stuff on other planets such as Mars. The dark hypothesis provides far more questions with each layer of explanation. The dark hypothesis should keep the humans busy for some extended period of time. And that is the end of Cliff High's letter. Very, very interesting. Well, it is rumored to have made President Jimmy Carter cry. I could see that. I can see Carter crying about that. So the idea is that, you know, we're somehow forever locked away in this experiment of a non-human intelligence, and that we're basically lab rats on the Earth, and that this experiment has gone on at least 7 times. And each time, apparently, humans are like, well, they're harvested, if you will, the planet before the destruction occurs, and then utilized in some fashion. And that sort of ties in with my overall theory about the idea that the Earth is actually seeded by a Type 3 civilization on the Kardashev scale. This is the idea that really every galaxy, no matter the galaxy, if the math is to be believed by Enrico Fermi and Frank Drake and all of those guys, then really at least one life form should have evolved to be really technologically advanced and would have survived not destroying itself, and at the same time would have been around long enough and advanced enough that it could have and would have colonized the entire galaxy. That same law of probability holds true in every galaxy, and so what that means is that we're more than likely living in a galaxy that is actually ultimately under the umbrella control of what we call a Type 3 civilization. Like all of the UFOs that end up coming to this planet are probably part of a long-running program from this Type 3 civilization to manage and maintain planets that it seeds. And it's seeded more than the Earth. It probably has seeded hundreds, even thousands and hundreds of thousands of planets. And it could be that they're all humanish in form because the progenitors are humanish in form. Could it be that's why the so-called Nordic aliens that show up in our literature time and time again and appear to be kind of in control of everything? Maybe that's what we're seeing a glimpse of, right? Maybe those are agents of the Type 3 civilization. And humans look like they do because they seeded us. And the little gray robots, the biological robots, and even their mantis overlord beings, maybe they're all constructs of the Type 3 civilization. More and more evidence comes in, pieces of the puzzle kind of pop up here and there. We're beginning to see that is beginning to form a higher and higher probability of being the case. Is it the ultimate truth? I don't know. But we can only add up the numbers as they come along, and so far the math is beginning to make at least a little bit of sense. And that leads us into what I was discussing with the idea that really cryptozoology needs to be reclassified into two forms. You're going to have regular cryptozoology, in which case you can have the fun kind of experience where you go out and just look for formerly extinct species or something that's kind of newly evolving into a species, or something that got overlooked as a species. That's kind of the three circles of real cryptozoology as an earth-based science. And then you have things like Bigfoot and Dogman and prehistoric animal sightings and dire wolves and you name it, werewolves. It runs the gamut, shapeshifters, skinwalkers, all of that would fall into a new category. And I propose the name exozoology. I think that probably is an easy name for people to grasp, and it's the idea that we're studying animals that appear to originate from another either civilization and or dimension. So what do we do from here? Really, as cryptozoologists, as investigators, I don't know, I might have to busy myself with writing the very first book on exozoology. And what can, the characteristics of these creatures that appear to be interdimensional in nature. What can that tell us about the dimension that they come from? And all of that interesting information. So that could lead to really kind of the founding of a new type of science. It's clear that, like, when you look at the research coming out of Skinwalker Ranch and the Pentagon's deeper programs dealing with UFOs, that they're having a lot of so-called exozoology activity. Not necessarily cryptozoology activity, but exozoology activity. And so why not form that as its own science and sort of subdivide that and subdivide, Earth-based cryptozoology out of that and leave that as its own discipline and its own science, because that's a much needed thing. And there's not any real, right now, the scientific community doesn't ascribe a lot of real credibility to cryptozoology. If we could divide that out into Earth-based and then exo-based, whether that be interdimensional and or type 3 civilization activity, it could help. So it might help us kind of think about exozoology in a whole new way. There's the paranormal aspect of Bigfoot, the accounts of abductees seeing Bigfoot in the presence of aliens. You have the DNA that shows it to be a chimeric construct. You have orbs and weird balls of light always being reported around them. Jonathan Keel noted that in at least 20% of all highly credible Bigfoot sightings, there was also a UFO reported at the scene. That's a dead giveaway, right? Should be. And what do we have with the Dogman phenomenon? An identical series of points to be made on any PowerPoint presentation. You could go down and they're like identical. So, and that's kind of my new idea. I think that's going to present a whole new idea of rabbit holes. Like, it was told to David Paulides of Missing 411 fame by Dr. John Brandenburg, who works for NASA, that the government had employed him to run a group of scientists that were studying interdimensional doorways. And if they're studying interdimensional doorways, it means they're studying the creatures that are coming through those doorways, and that would classify itself as exozoology. And you can see where these highly credentialed mainstream scientists are sort of preparing the way for that. So, that leads us into kind of the case of on Skinwalker Ranch, where, like, last year in one of the dry gulches there on the ranch, they discovered a flesh and bone carcass, and they retrieved the carcass. It was a wolf-like creature, but not a wolf that they could ascertain. Luckily, Skinwalker Ranch has all kinds of funding, and they're able to pay scientists, and so they have a paid world-class field biologist on the ranch at all times. This field biologist was able to examine the carcass up close right away. Apparently, so had some form or access to a real dire wolf carcass that had been discovered in the ice and was perfectly preserved, and they were able to put those two bodies together and make a spot-on identification. In other words, the wolf-like creature discovered at Skinwalker Ranch is a dire wolf, and that dire wolf appears to have come out of another dimensional plane. that would be exozoology, right? So it's almost like the past also exists interdimensionally alongside this plane, and sometimes these animals can wander back out of it through a doorway somehow. How weird is that? That would explain all of the very strange pterodactyl sightings that we continually get or used to get all the time in Crypto Four Corners when we were down in the American Southwest. So you don't get them so much up here, but one of the best pterodactyl sightings ever reported and video that actually recorded, which I believe to be authentic video to this day. It was taken way prior to any kind of AI type of generated stuff, and that happened at Flathead Lake in Montana. And it's clearly a living creature of some kind. So how do we begin to explain that, right? Did that fly out of an interdimensional hole somewhere? Well, it's possible. If a dire wolf can wander through a hole on Skinwalker Ranch, then who's to say a pterodactyl can't fly through another interdimensional hole somewhere in North America and zoom around for a while before disappearing back into the past, So, where does that leave us? Well, it kind of leaves us in a state where we need to begin to entertain the possibility that a lot of what we encounter is a good word in the wilderness areas as cryptozoologists could actually be interdimensional animal activity, exozoology activity. And that should bring on a whole new sort of, caution, if not fear. We need to be very cautious about dealing with any life forms that may have originated on another dimension. And it could be that what we're seeing in these wilderness areas that's actually responsible for all the missing 411 cases is a type of interdimensional animal predator. Something that would take an exozoologist to be able to identify. And often when I think about what those people might be encountering out in the woods, I often think of the ocean animal, the mimic octopus. And I like to call this theoretical interdimensional cryptid predator taking humans out of the woods a mimic. That's my name for it, the mimic. And what if you had an animal that was interdimensional like that, that was very much like a mimic octopus that could take any form, any shape, look like a tree, look like a bush, look like another animal? What if it could mimic other life forms in such a way that it was able to take humans? It's just an idea. It's just a theory. But Brandenburg made it clear to Paulides that this was an extremely high-level, high-budget, deep black program going on at the Pentagon where they're studying interdimensional doorways. And I mentioned it as far back as 20 years ago in my book, Paranormal Planet, that at each one of the interdimensional doorways that I mentioned in my book, which are 12 different ones, the government had placed a military presence at that doorway. It was almost as if somebody in the government had identified the doorways and now they wanted to place a guard at the entrance to the doorways. And that's exactly what they did. And now we have testimony coming out of Paulides that Brandenburg told him those things, and all of the math begins to add up. So such is the way of the rabbit holes on the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. And next week, we're going to be examining some more crazy theories. We got some more WebBot reports, and I expect there's going to be well, some explosiveness take place in the cryptocurrency markets pretty soon, but stay tuned for some really good programming next, and join me next week, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Central, and I will see you on the radio.
Awesome job, Jack.
Thanks.
Yep. Stick with me for a little bit. Oh yeah, I do believe that there's a type of pterosaur in my area that you know, it either migrates here or it comes through from time to time.
Wow.
Or lives here and hibernates.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I've told you about it before, and I've seen it twice. I can't take pictures because both times I was in a truck moving. You know?
Yeah. We had one Navajo lady that was...
If I would have been maybe 5 miles faster, I might have been able to hit that one.
Wow, yeah, we had one Navajo lady that was part of long range patrol. She was way out, like 100 miles out on reservation land, and she said this thing came flying over her truck and was so wide in the wingspan that it stretched from side of the road to side of the road as it took off in front of her. It was a pterodactyl. So,
yeah, I mean, like I said, this thing was probably about the size of a herring, a great herring, or maybe bigger than that.
Wow, crazy.
It had no feathers, absolutely none. All right, I'm cleared from all the other stations that I need to clear, and I will catch up with you next week for more Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Now I got to get Miss Nancy up.
Sounds good. All right, bro.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. And like I said, take pictures of all your artwork and that so that we can get that up and out, too.
Yes, sir. I will get that to you for sure.
All right.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Good night.
All right. That was Jack Carey from the Paranormal Intelligence Agency coming up. Let's see what the chaos comes from and with. If we can get the folks in from Nancy Planeta to do VIXEN'S Vault. Let's see here. Let me get all our folks in here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, coming in clear. I'm trying to get Raph.
Do me a favor. See if you can add Scotty Roberts, because he should be in there.
Hello.
I just tried to add him, and he bounced out. He's not on live right now, or showing active, so I can't add him.
Okay, so we've got the wrong Scotty Roberts in the room. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
We had him.
He was here.
Do me a favor. Drop the meeting link into the chat so I can send it to him.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm fixing our OBS stream team. On team. Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah.
I don't even see him on the list down there. There he is. There. See if that works. It just keeps dropping.
Hold on here. Let me get the share link. Copy to clipboard. There's David.
David Capione. Big man on campus right there, buddy.
There you go. Nancy, do you see it?
I got it. Thank you.
Okie dokie.
Poor Scotty. He was. You should have heard him cursing.
I bet.
He never migrated.
I bet.
He never migrated from Skype, so he was like, "Fucking." I was like, "Ooh, beep beep beep."
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give us another minute, and then we'll get you going. Hopefully, we can get Scotty in by then.
No, the same problem is happening with Otto, so I told him just click that link you posted.
Hey, there's Otto.
There he is.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Scotty.
I hear something.
Hey, it's the man with the plan.
What's the show about tonight? How you doing? I'm doing.
There we go.
I got to run and get something to drink. Hang on.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get us.
You're not live,
I'm gonna get us going. Okay. You got 30 seconds, Nancy. And I'm gonna do a countdown. I know we're a little late, so hopefully. Oh, no. Okay, on the break, we will switch back to this room. Remind me, or we will run out of time. Okay.
Copy that.
Also, hey, I want.
Copy that.
Later on, when you have a chance, tell Veterans Radio, man. I appreciate freaking all the stuff he said in the chat. That was pretty cool.
Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side for the first time tonight, Nancy. Right now.
And welcome, everybody. Welcome to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date, February the 18th, 2026. It has been a wild and woolly week, to say the least. How about them Epstein files that keep appearing out of nowhere? Another 3 million files dumped, a lot of names exposed, and yet still way too many redactions, if you ask me. But hey, what do I know? I will say one thing, though. It's really funny how the people who had absolutely no interest in Epstein at all suddenly became uber interested in Epstein when Trump's name was attached in a negatory way and have demanded the release of these files, which now are putting some egg on their face, kind of like what happened with the taxes, kind of that whole same reverse psychology scenario, which it's getting more and more interesting. But while people are paying attention to that, they're not looking overseas, and they're not seeing, like yesterday and last night. I can tell you air traffic in this area was loud last night, and it was not because of Tampa International. It was definitely because of MacDill, because SOCOM moved a ton of aircraft overseas last night, a ton of them, like Stratofortresses, you name it, it went. And it was loud, and it was constant for a little while there, but yep, there's something going on over there. That being said, tonight I've got multiple new people in the chat. Some we know we love. Otto, I have been on other shows with Otto. I thoroughly enjoy Otto. I am so happy to have him here.
Glad to be here.
I've got Scotty Roberts, who is a 20-plus year friend of mine that I love him dearly, and he knows it. We go way back. We go back, like, we both started in radio around the same time. So that's how old we actually are.
We go way back,
sad. All right. Really sad. But I brought Scotty on tonight for a reason, it is an interesting reason, but it was kind of a battle of theology today in the chat for the show, which we do get into, as Roger will attest to. Mark, I don't think you're awake over there. I think you take naps before you come on my show. Scotty, Mark Edworthy is actually over in England.
How you doing?
And I swear to God, he takes naps before he comes on the show.
Well, what is it over there? 2 a.m.?
Yeah, 2 a.m.
Yep.
You're not wearing friends in high places in London, so.
This is so informal of Mark. Mark, you're not wearing a tie. I'm shocked.
Otto.
This side of Mark I haven't seen. This is this relaxed kind of, debonair, devil-may-care.
Otto, just wait. He'll do what I call the Fabio flip. When we're starting to talk, he'll flip his hair back in this Fabio flip.
Yeah, I get in trouble because I call him man meat on this show. He's just man meat.
Okay, but going back to the subject at hand, and because Scotty's on for a limited time tonight, he's got another engagement in about an hour. The discussion was regarding biblical text, and basically we were talking about the 12 tribes. And I had it all started because I dropped a theory in the chat, which I tend to do. They'll tell you I do this randomly. And my theory was that could there possibly have been more than one Ark of the Covenant? Because if the Ark is designed as they say it's designed, if it was capable of what they said it was capable of, and if it did what they said it did biblically, there's a good chance it was some type of a nuclear reactor, a miniature nuclear reactor, basically. And if that is the case, it would have been something that was either A, left here by a more ancient society, or B, brought here by a different society. Because it wasn't something that organically just, the Israelis just said, hey, let's build a nuclear device. We're so genius. No, that is not how that occurred. And we do have evidence from other cultures, India primarily, that showed some kind of a nuclear event took place in ancient history. And then, of course, there is the disappearance of the Ark of the Covenant. And also Sodom. I believe I mentioned that to you, Scotty. The evidence left behind at Sodom is very indicative of what could have been considered a thermonuclear blast. It's really similar, actually, if you start really looking at it. And if you look at the description of what occurred with Lot's wife, you've got a lot of indicators there that match. But more importantly, again, the Ark of the Covenant, the device I'm speaking about directly, disappeared, obviously, from Solomon's temple. We're not sure where it went, but we know for sure one thing. Only the tribe of Levi could carry the Ark. And it was something that was passed down through bloodlines within Levi, or within the Levinites. And basically, they were a nomadic tribe. So the tribe of Levi they weren't northern or southern. They really had no land in the area that they called Israel, Judea, whatever you want to call it, Cana. But basically, when the Ark disappeared, so did that tribe. They disappeared into history. We don't know what happened to them, supposedly. But if you go back to about that same time period, you look at oral history for the area that is now Zimbabwe, you are going to find a lot of very interesting information and a lot of oral records that point to the fact that may have been where the Levinites actually settled, whatever was left, actually. And you go into recent time where they actually did some genetic testing on one of the tribes in Zimbabwe. It came back as 70% genetic match. 70% of the population, which is only a population of like 50 to 60,000, were a match to a very specific genetic indicator that was actually pretty specific to the tribe that was considered the Levinites. So it's pretty good.
And if you're seeing that, I mean, China
ended. Now, what's also in that oral history is the fact that the original Ark, which in their oral history it states it was there, somehow got destroyed, and that they built a relic that resembled it. And this supposedly happened about 800 years ago. And believe it or not, that relic is housed in a museum in Zimbabwe. Now, what I found interesting is when I did a little bit of research, there's a crater called the Highbury crater in Zimbabwe, it's obviously thousands of years older than the time period we're talking about where the Ark existed. However, there is an area within the crater where there's quartz that has been exposed to such intense heat that it changed its makeup. And we can say, well, that happened when the meteor hit. Well, there's a problem with that story, and that's the fact that we cannot carbon date quartz. So you don't know if that quartz was existing there in that state before there was a meteor strike or after there was a meteor strike. But we do know, again, according to I believe it was the Laban tribe in Zimbabwe, according to their oral history, the blast that destroyed the Ark supposedly took place about 2,000 years ago. And it was in that area where the Highbury crater actually is now. And we also have the destruction of pretty much a civilization within Zimbabwe at around the same time. Like, it was completely abandoned. So I basically theorized that could have been where the Ark of the Covenant ended up. It's very possible. But on top of that, there may have been more than one device. Because again, if this device existed and it was a thermonuclear device, logic would state there was more than one, especially if it wasn't something that was native to the Jews. And I know religious history states that God gave them the Ark. And I tend to go outside that arc, I guess you could say, and say, well, wait a minute, let's look at this a little bit more logically. Instead of through faith, let's look at it through context and say, well, what if there was an ancient society that left behind technology that was greater than what we've had until recently, where it would be completely misunderstood? We know that there was manna in the ark. Well, we also know that there are things within the nuclear fusion and fission processes that basically echo the word mana in them. So again, is it symbolic? What is it? So this led to the conversation again of things not always being what you think in the Bible. And the Bible cannot be read as a direct, you can't read it and not read into it. You have to be able to read into the Bible. Why? Because the Bible has been changed, it's been edited, it's been audited. And my example of that was your experiences, Scotty,
yes,
going to Egypt, because Scotty has been to Egypt, to my listeners. In fact, many, many adventures were had by Scotty and John Ward in Egypt.
Yes, indeed.
But the reasons they went, one of the focus Scotty had, I know at that time, was to follow the footsteps of Moses. Scotty, I'm going to let you take it from here with why this works into why we don't take the Bible directly. Go ahead, my brother.
One of the first things I'll say is that I've entertained a lot of theories, a lot of hypotheses over the years, and sometimes I tend to just come back to the way the scripture was written and say, maybe it was just a box that God told the Hebrews to build, overlay it with gold, and there was nothing to it until that scene in the Old Testament where it says Moses gathers all the people around the tabernacle, which was the tented version of the temple, precursor to the temple. And they brought the ark in, and God's Shekinah glory came down out of the sky and settled on the ark in the form of a cloud. And they moved it into the Holy of Holies. Now, that's a supernatural event, which, in my book, if you start lining them up, if you have a supernatural event, you have a UFO event, you have an extraterrestrial event, you have a weird event, they're all different events that really kind of contain the same meat to them. They're outside the ordinary. And, of course, the Shekinah glory is generically, it's a female term. So it's basically saying in the book of Exodus that God's female form came and settled on the ark. So you take that and now move that aside. So there are times I look at that and I say, the ark was a box. The only power given to it was the supernatural power. You could call it the God magic that God gave it. And that was it. And once God left the ark, which is later in the Old Testament, after, the monarchy was established, and then the divided monarchy, Israel, Judah, before the time of Christ by several hundred years, Israel's carried away captive into Babylon. They also had constantly a war with the Assyrians. And as things started getting muddled down the chain after King David and all the way down, it said that God's glory left the ark. And the ark was then just again a box overlaid with gold. And that it was carried off, I believe, by the Assyrians and disappeared in the pages of Scripture. You never heard of it again. It never talks of there being multiple arks built, although that is one of the theories that stands outside of recorded Scripture. And so if you were to be a scriptural purist, you would have, as John Ward said, Scotty, I'm a biblical minimalist. And I said, that makes me a biblical maximalist? And I said, you know, there are things I question in the Bible, don't get me wrong. I ask a lot of questions, but at the same time, I look at some of the events that were listed and say, if I may not trust the faith story that's wrapped around an event in the Bible, I found that many, 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 many times over, I can trust the historicity of the Bible. I can trust the events themselves. The Bible tends to be a book of history of the Israelite people wrapped around with faith stories. Now you can accept or reject the faith story. That doesn't make the historical story inefficacious.
Correct.
So I believe the Bible is full of efficacious history. And it's been established over and over and over and over again. So I don't know where you want me to go with that, Nancy, but
well,
I can.
I'm going into the fact that with the Bible, again, you had multiple influxes of influence from other cultures.
Yes. Oh,
that
yes.
were absolutely segued into Scripture. We don't know for sure exactly what in the biblical Scripture can be related to the Jews and what is culturally fallout from other cultures.
I will say this. When I was in seminary back in my early 20s, we're talking 45 years ago, I took textual criticisms courses. I took ancient Hebrew, ancient Koine Greek, Aramaic, none of which I remember, and to be able to parse certain passages. And there were some of the texts that you see in the Bible today. You go to the bookstore and buy a Bible, open it up. Some of those texts date all the way. The New Testament texts, you can date some of those to within 100 years of the time of Christ.
Right.
Some of the Old Testament texts, you can date back much further to the Codex A, the Codex B, all these different manuscripts that exist. And there's no difference in them. Now, an interesting thing that you and I talked about earlier today was the Old Testament as we have it in a Bible. You go, once again, go to the bookstore, open up the Bible, look at the Old Testament. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, and so on, all the way through to the minor prophets. Those books in the Old Testament are all part of an ancient book called the Septuagint, or as John used to say, the Septuaginta, Scotty. And so the Septuagint was the Greek version of the Old Testament. And that originated when, after the Babylonian captivity in the late 500s BC, 72 rabbis went to the Pharaoh of Egypt, which was Ptolemy II, the Greek Pharaoh of Egypt. And they asked for permission to go to the Library of Alexandria for the purpose of rebuilding their nation's history and rebuilding the texts of their scriptures. And so they sat in there for a couple of years. They went through all the oral traditions, and they went through all the written traditions that they could find at the Library of Alexandria, and they ended up with a book called the Septuagint. That Septuagint is what they wrote that was recreating everything that had existed in the Old Testament before that. That is the same book that is the Old Testament in any Bible you go to the bookstore now and look at. The Septuagint was written in the early 400s, late 500s BC. And it's the Greek version of the Old Testament. So you've got that document that goes back all the way to the 400s and 500s BC. Now, what happened before that, we don't know. But I was using this example. You can use it from the book of Exodus, a book that Moses wrote. And I don't think there's any reason to question that Moses was a real guy who wrote real books.
Yep.
He was one of the religious leaders and national leader of early Israel. And he wrote these first 5 books of the Bible. And in the book of Exodus, it says, and that the Pharaoh, it doesn't name him, Pharaoh had the Hebrew slaves build the treasure cities of Pithom and Ramses. Well, Pithom and Ramses, obviously, we know this historically, archaeologically, were built by Ramses II. Ramses the Great, or Yul Brynner, if that's a better picture for you. And so he built those cities, Pi Ramses. You can go to Pi Ramses today, see the ruins there. Well, the interesting thing is, so if the Bible says the Hebrews built the treasure cities of Pi Ramses, then obviously they lived during the reign of Ramses II, because those were his cities. Until you consider the rewriting of the Old Testament in the Septuagint. The Septuagint was written 1,000 years after Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. He would have written those in around 1400 BC, and 400 BC to 500s where you have the Septuagint written. And here's the interesting part, is that as they rewrote that, what was common usage in the day was the city of Pi Ramses, or Pithom and Ramses. But in its origin, Pithom and Ramses were cities built on top of Avaris. Avaris was a much more ancient city that would have existed at the time of the captivity of the Israelites.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Am I still here?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the technical difficulty.
If you dig under Pi Ramses, you find Avaris. And what they did when they wrote the Septuagint, 1,000 years later, they didn't know the name of the original city. Oh, you know what? It's Pi Ramses is where this took place. The Hebrews built the treasure cities of Pithom and Ramses. Well, that's all they knew them by. That would be like, I would use the example of saying New York City. Do we call that New Amsterdam anymore? No.
Right.
We call it New York City, but it's built on top of New Amsterdam. So it's that same kind of a thing. And another historical fact that I like to bring up about Ramses is that what happened, the Exodus took place, 40 years they wandered in the wilderness. Joshua takes over, according to the scripture. He's a general. What's their first conquest in the new promised land? They take the city of Jericho. Joshua fought the battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. That story. And it was Kathleen Kenyon and other very notable archaeologists that dated the tell there at what is current day Jericho. The tell in the middle of the city, the old city mound, they dated that back to 1405 BC. Now, 1405 BC was the date of the destruction of Jericho, and it was not inhabited for 800 following years after that happened. Destruction of Jericho in 1405 would place the Exodus around 1445, 1446 BC, but the birth of Ramses was in the late 1200s. So if you've got the destruction of Jericho taking place in 1405 and Ramses being born 150 years later, he couldn't be the pharaoh of the Exodus, because the Exodus took place 40 years before the destruction of Jericho.
Yep.
So you start looking at these historical facts, and you say, I think one of the dangers of biblical archaeology is I must find archaeology that matches my faith story. That's erroneous archaeological work. You must find archaeological work and then find out if your faith story matches up to it or not. That's the measure. And
all right, Scotty, hold on 1 second, because I got to take us out to our first break. Hang in there, folks. When we come back, Scotty's going to finish that up because it's totally interesting. We will be back with the VIXEN'S Vault in just a few moments.
All right. Now, I'm going to have to clear us, okay, and bring us all right back, because I didn't, while we're getting Scotty set up and that, I didn't get a chance to change the room and refresh it. So
okay.
I'm going to hang up. Everybody wait for the call back. All right? Scotty,
All right.
you good to go? Otto?
I'm good to go, I think.
All right. Give me a minute, and I'll get us right back.
Okay.
Folks, stay tuned for more Vixen's Vault. We got a really great crew in tonight. I just have to reset this timer on this room that, and we'll have everybody back in here. Rafael Martinez in already. Mark. Where'd Scotty go?
No.
Well, tell Scotty just to rejoin. He hang up and rejoin the same call.
Okay.
Well,
Is it the...
yeah. It's the same link.
All right, hang on. Yeah, no.
David, we got you in?
Yeah, I just accepted.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep.
Otto,
No, Vicky
where's
wasn't
Otto
coming
at?
in. We lost Otto and Scotty.
Yeah. I'll try to get Otto again. And Scotty. No, they're bouncing out. Roger, just tell them to tell Otto to rejoin the same link. Same with you, Nancy, and I'll get us back up on.
I did.
Okay.
Nancy's back, yeah.
Okay, and just let him in.
Yeah, I just clicked on Scotty to bring him in.
All right.
He just
good.
There's Scotty.
There he is.
There's
Here
Otto.
I am.
Yay! Here we go.
See Otto though. I don't see Otto.
There's Otto. He's in.
Oh, okay. He's in. All right.
Hello.
Okay,
Good
we
to
got
go.
about 30 seconds, and get us right back into the radio side. Everybody
Are we
in?
coming off
Everybody's
break?
good. Is Raph with us? Yes.
Raph is with us.
All right.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right.
Scotty, are you taking it?
okay,
Or Mark, are
Scotty?
you taking us?
You gonna be all right?
It's that old tracheal stuff.
Okay.
So
All right. Here's your
Scotty,
countdown,
that's not
Nance.
that old.
Here's your countdown,
Well,
Nance. 3,
a
2,
year.
1, and you're live.
Okay, guys, we are back. It was a bit of a short break. We had a little bit of Microsoft discombobulation going on, but hey, y'all know how much I love Microsoft, right? It's just my favorite product on the planet. Not really. In fact, when I found out Skype was converting over to Teams, I pretty much had a heart attack and had everybody from Minds.com looking for an alternative platform because that's how much I love Microsoft. In fact, Scotty is giving me the look right now on the camera. Like, you should have heard him earlier. It was not very religious.
It
I'm
was
going to
not
put it that
pretty.
way.
Microsoft is about as user friendly as I don't know, my toe in my ass.
Yeah,
So-
pretty much. Pretty much. You were way more metaphorically descriptive than that, Scotty.
I
but
was. I was single-minded though. Different variations of one metaphor.
Oh,
So-
yes. Oh, yes. But getting back to what you were discussing, I mean, the point is that you cannot, because of the fact that it has been transcribed and retranscribed, and again, culturally influenced, and there's so many things that go into something that's thousands of years old.
Right.
You cannot look at it and take it verbatim. You can't.
Well-
and there's going to be questions that come of that.
I tend to find this. I used to think that a lot. And when I took textual criticisms courses, I found that the only differences I could find from like current manuscripts to manuscripts that were like within 100 years of the time of Jesus, the earliest ones we have for the New Testament. We had differences like, and she stood in the courtyard in the pale sunlight. And in the original, I might say, and she stood in the courtyard on the cloudy day. You know, it was changes like that. I didn't find significant theological passages that were changed, that were any different than the earliest manuscripts we have. Same with the Septuagint. Septuagint is the same document that existed in 400 to 500 BC for the Old Testament. And guess what? It's the same document. And that's what's our Old Testament today.
When the Septuagint was written, we don't know. It's like the Council of Nicaea. It's very similar, in fact. We don't know what was left out. We don't know what was put in.
Yep.
We just know that it was something that you're trusting the word of 72 people.
Yep.
That this was exactly what it was before.
And remember, their purpose was to reestablish for the state, and not the state, the country of Israel and the nation, their history and their scriptures. So they were meticulous about putting that document back together. What you find is the passage of time, they forgot certain geographic locations. They forgot certain names when it came to the book of Exodus. Now, either Moses originally wrote the book of Exodus and excluded all royal names from the Egyptian families. The names of the pharaohs, the names of the woman who found him in the Nile, the young girl who found him in the Nile, who he referred to as Pharaoh's daughter. And then you start digging into history and you find, well, first of all, for Moses to have used their names, he was raised Egyptian. He was raised in that schooling, that education, that religion. To have used their names would be to have given them life, eternal life.
Yep.
And so one of the theories is that he deliberately left their names out. The other theory is that when they wrote the Septuagint, they were going on oral tradition. They didn't know who these people were. But they knew Pharaoh's daughter. There's an important one. There's a dating system you can follow in the Old Testament scripture that establishes the date of the Exodus, the date that Moses would have been alive. And if you follow that, it's in 1 Kings 6:1, if you care to look it up. It's on the day that Solomon dedicates the temple, Temple 1, archaeologically, in Jerusalem, was the 480th year since the Exodus, according to their calendar they establish in 1 Kings. Now, if you do your simple math and add 480 onto 966 BC is the trusted date of the building of dedication of Temple 1. You go back 480 years, you end up at 1446. Same with the city of Jericho, 1405 to 1445-46. Now, if Moses was indeed, as the Bible says, 80 years old at the time of the Exodus, then he was born in 1526 BC. Now, who was on the throne in those years? You had Tutmosis the First, Tutmosis the Second, Tutmosis the Third. Tutmosis the First had a daughter, and her name was Matkare. She later became, by her regnal name, she became Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, the famous female pharaoh of Egypt of the 18th dynasty. But when she was a child, she was bestowed a royal title, and she was one of very few women that bore this title. And the title was, as a princess, was Pharaoh's daughter. And so when Moses pens that, the big question comes up, was he referring to her out of respect to her title?